Good evening, good afternoon. This is Harold Zawatsky. I am the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals of Fairfield. Today is Wednesday, March 31st, and we are meeting. The time is 4:05 p.m., and this meeting is to deliberate and vote upon appeals properly brought before the board. We do have a guest in attendance today, Bill Hurley of the Fairfield Engineering Department. And I will ask Kathy, who is taking our minutes, to do a roll call, please.
Okay, Paulette Kuzo.
Here.
Kathleen Griffin.
Here.
Alexis Harrison. Alexa is not present. Peter Rupert. Peter is not present. Howard Zawatsky.
Here.
Harold, sorry. Roneet Patel.
Here.
John Spoiliar. John is not present. Judy Zablak. Judy is not present. Catherine Giff.
Present.
All right, this is
That
Harold.
completes
Thank
the
you,
roll call.
Kathy. We have our quorum of five members. I also wish to announce that we did receive from the first selectwoman, our request was granted to extend our period for this year to do our complete our deliberations until May the 15th. We certainly hope that we will finish before then, but we are happy to have that period of time to ensure that we are able to complete all of our deliberations this year. Thank you. So I think we have some questions for Mr. Hurley of the Engineering
Hey,
Department.
Harold, did you call the meeting to order? Did you give me a time? I didn't hear it.
Yes, I meant to call the meeting to order at 4:05 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. How should we go about the discussion with Mr. Hurley regarding the questions that we have on specific properties? Kathleen?
Sure. So, yeah, just first on the agenda, we have a couple items that are not in addition to our deliberations. One is Mr. Hurley, the other is approval of minutes. So that's just a little bit different than how we normally do things. But for this, I had sent Bill a little memo asking him, giving him a little bit of background information on the particular parcel that we had in question and the parcels that surrounded it, and asked him to speak to the elevations in the area, setbacks, road drainage, flooding, water courses, and whether all of the properties surrounding that central parcel are equally aggrieved or some have issues more than others. I also told him which two parcels in particular were giving us complaints. And I did want to correct, I know we said in other meetings that I thought that the parcel was a town parcel, but it is not. It's actually privately owned. The address on it is 323 Edward Street. And it's approximately a 1 acre vacant parcel in there. So I apologize for any confusion I caused with that. But still, I think the issues that are being raised about the parcel they don't change based on who owns it, just on maybe what the plans are for it in the long term. So Bill, I think if you want to speak to those couple of things, and then if the board has any questions or.
Yeah, sure. I'll give it my best. I'll let you know that I did walk the two properties in question at 649 Roland Road and 528 Lolly Boulevard. I also walked along maybe their next door neighbors and a couple of other spaces, parcels. I walked a couple of times into the large parcel of 323 Edward Street, the quote big wetland, and much like the neighborhood there, that parcel does vary. There's one part that it looks like a little soft soil, but there's trees. There's it almost looks like a wildlife preserve. It's got birds when I was there. It obviously provides buffer for the neighbors and all that. But then there was another section that was looked like it was the neighborhood dumping ground. Obviously, they dumped you know, construction material, excess stuff, and then a little bit further, closer to the shore, a little bit closer to Penfield Place, there's a larger section that was more wetland. There was a little bit of standing water. There's a ditch that goes by, and things like that. So it all varies, that area of the wetland. And so it's going to be really hard, in my opinion, to do a blanket of everybody. I think you kind of have to do an individual basis. I also did talk to the zoning director and wanted to confirm a couple of things. And one is that when they do have a parcel, they own their property, we'll just say it's half an acre, just for argument's sake, that half an acre of whether it's wetlands, whether it's building area, whether it's just their property, that whole entire property is counts as their property in terms of the lot coverage, setbacks, things like that. So there is a benefit to having, say, a half an acre, even though all of it might not be totally usable. The one exception is if the area is below the 1 year flood and it's like a connected tidal wetland, then that's more, they will subtract that out of their calculations. These two parcels in particular, although kind of close, but they're not directly connected. So they wouldn't have that impact, or at least right now. There's, as I said, there's so much debris in the swale in the ditch that I honestly think whatever water they're getting is just from a rain event. Someday that could possibly change if someone were to totally clean out all the ditches that go from there all the way to the fire training center on Richard White Way. But even then, the town installed tide gates that control that water, and it only allows water to elevation 1.9, just to give you an idea. So then I looked at the topography maps that we have here in town, and I'll just start off with the 649 Roland Road. Around the house area is elevated, and this is the land area, not first floor elevation. It's elevation 6, then it goes a 5, and then it slopes down to 4.3. Then there's a low spot at like 2.8, and then it goes up a little bit. So there's a little bit of a depression at 649 Roland Road. I would say that maybe the last 40 feet, you could tell it's, as I said, it's a little soft, and it might consist of wetland soil. On our map, it does show a wetland encroaching onto that property, and from this, it shows anywhere between 40 to maybe 60 feet. So on the map, and again, these are from aerial. They would have to get a soil scientist to determine the exact location of the wetland. So that's that one there. Some of the things that they could possibly do, again, this would have to warrant further investigation. I know that zoning, because they're in a floodplain, does not allow them to just haphazardly fill in any of their property. What they might be able to do is, there is a distinction though between no fill and no net fill. So in the case here, it may, and I have to use that word, may be possible, because they would need approval from zoning and obviously the conservation department, of, remember I was saying, if you go from the house, it's gently sloped and then it kind of steepens quickly to that depression of a 2.8. If they wanted to fill that area in and then perhaps excavate near the property line, it'd kind of like be switching we'll just say a little bit of the middle of their backyard to the edge of the backyard. And so therefore, from a flood standpoint or storage capacity, it wouldn't affect the neighbors, but it might give them a little bit more contiguous property. But we can't say for sure. They would have to do an application to zoning and to inland wetlands, but that might be one of the things to do. Another thing that is possible, my own yard unfortunately has a very similar situation, except for I live up in Newtown, and I have an inland wetland on my property. And when I get an extremely large amount of rain, I do own two, basically submersible pumps. And in the one area, I can plug in the pump and kind of pump it to a catch basin out onto the street. And at least both properties do have a catch basin that they could possibly do that if they wanted to. Let me see if there's anything else. The only other thing, as I said, it's the inland wetland for the most part. I think that they're concerned with. Obviously, they're in the 100-year floodplain, but so is everybody in the beach area. And then if we wanted to go a little bit more into 528 Lolly Boulevard, their property is a little bit different. Their house, the area around the house is at elevation 5. And then by their garage is elevation 4, and then it slopes down to 3.5. Their property didn't seem as located next to the wetland as the other one. I don't know if it's considered wetland property. It doesn't show on the map, but again, they would have to probably get a soil scientist to determine if it was indeed inland wetlands, because, again, these based on aerials they give you a good idea, but they're certainly not exact. The other thing is that area seemed to have wet, low permeable soil. I didn't think personally that one was as affected much as the other one, but that's really not for me to decide. Again, if we get 2 or 3 inches of rain, I haven't been out there with a large rainfall event. The only thing I could say is, this being the end of March, in general, there's a relatively high water table as opposed to if you go out there in July or August. So that's my little recap. I hope I answered a lot of the questions, but certainly if you have more, I'm here to answer them or try to answer them.
I see a few hands up. Paulette, do you want to speak?
Yes, I just had Bill. I had talked to Laura about this property, so I just want to confirm something. She had mentioned that on 649 Roland, that the elevation, when it gets low like that, I think she said it was below 4, but I'm not sure. I don't remember the number. Does the state have anything to do with that property if it gets to a certain elevation?
Well, that was one of the things that we were, and I can definitely confirm that. I did confirm it with zoning, but if need be, I can confirm it with the DEP. What our understanding is, and Laura is right, the 1 year, the DEP goes by 2 elevations. They go out the coastal jurisdiction line, where there's an elevation of 5.2, where they have jurisdiction, and then there's the 1 year tidal elevation, which is 4.7 or 4.8, where that's kind of like a zoning measure for what's tidal wetlands. That being said, though, and in the beginning I mentioned that they would subtract that area if it was connected tidal wetlands. And so the fact that if this property was, say, along Old Dam Road or Fairfield Beach Road, or an area where when you go out there, you actually see the tide go up and the tide go down, then that would definitely be under their jurisdiction. In this area here, because it's so far from the sound, these ditches or these swales, watercourses, are all filled in over, the last 30, 40 years. I think is the last time they've been maintained. that they are filled with debris, some natural, and of course, a lot of it man-made. People dumping wood chips, debris. I have a couple of pictures. If anyone, I could always send them to Ross and he can distribute them. Where you just see, there's like a wooden bench laying across the thing. Obviously, there's some litter here and there. There's remnants of a garbage can and things like that. But it's not town property, and so it's waters of the state. And the last time the state cleaned the ditches was about 10 to 15 years ago. They used to have a mosquito prevention, a prevention of mosquito breeding program, but with budget cuts and whatever, and some of the people that were involved with that retired, they really, I'm not going to say they've totally eliminated it, but it's really, really scarce for that. So in my opinion, as I said, the only other thing I could do is go out there during high tide and low tide and see if there's actually a fluctuation. Right now, I'd probably say there is not, that whatever water they get is mainly from rainfall events. And then if it is poorly drained soil, it stays there for a couple of days or maybe even, a week or two, depending on the situation.
This is Harold. I was the hearing officer on these two properties, so I did want to get some clarification. I believe that you said on 649 Roland, although the homeowner was not allowed to add fill, you said that with proper approval, there could be some, I'd call it grading. Is that fair term to?
Yeah, they could possibly fill in one area and excavate the other. It would require an inland wetlands permit. Right. And I honestly can say, I can't say one way or the other whether they would approve it or not, but it's definitely a possibility to do that, especially if they offer some sort of mitigation. It might involve, doing some wetland plantings at the new low point, because whatever they would fill in, obviously they would have to subtract.
Understood. I also, I'm looking at comps for this property to assess the values. And I'd like to see if we could take a look at 615 Roland, just a couple of houses over. 615.
Sure, I can look at that. I'll give you an example. If I did look at the 633 and the 657, and the 657, it's filled in, and they're, we have I guess Ross or somebody's doing that. I mean, you can see, they got nice grass in the back. They have a fence there. It's nice and square. Just visually, you don't see the dip, while you do see a little bit of a dip at that 649. They've tried to landscape, I guess, with some shrubbery along the very back part of the property line. And then right at the end of that brown spot for 649, that's where it's a little bit lower. So whether they would want to kind of ruin what they had just, I don't know if these shrubs have been there for a while or not, but perhaps fill in the lower spot and then excavate closer to the property line. That is something that may or may not. And again, I couldn't even theoretically ask conservation what they would think, because obviously this would have to be done on an individual lot basis. But right now that very, I'll call it the last 40 or 50 feet is considered wetlands on the aerial survey, and it is it is I was going to say it is low point,
Okay, that's 615 Roland have the same lines, section lines.
You're actually looking at the aerial. It's a little different. The elevation 5 is a little bit closer to the house, and then it kind of flattens out, and then it goes 4-3. So theoretically, it's a little bit different in that Theirs is gradual, while the other one is a little bit more steeper, and then it kind of goes up a little bit, like creating a little V. This one is more like I'm going to use an engineer term, a hypotenuse of a triangle or a slope. You know, if you took, say, the house to the property line, it looks like it's a little bit more consistent slope than the other property. But as far as the wetlands, again, that's shown on an aerial, that one, it does vary on the south side of the property. It looks like it might be 30 feet or 35 feet, but on the north side of the property, it goes to about 60 feet. So, you know, that's one of the things, you know, they do have some wetland soil, but I'll put it in perspective. It also, for 657, which in my opinion was a good foot higher, if not 2 foot higher in some areas, of 649, and yet that shows wetland soil as well. But I think that's been, you know, filled in or disturbed over time.
Okay. I do have a question, if we could go to the 528 Lally,
Sure.
which we did receive some information that during heavy rains or wet seasons is a runoff from throughout the neighborhood that appears to cross that homeowner's property line and then run into the back.
The back ditch there, yeah.
Yeah, so his comment was that I'm catching the runoff from other areas and it's creating a river in my backyard.
I can't say for sure that he never gets any runoff from the parking lot there for Penfield. But I've seen it, but only a couple of times where I've seen, you know, puddles that I would think would maybe have the potential to cross over. You know, if I recall, I'll say like off the top of my head, and again, I'm not there all the time, but I'm not aware of it maybe in 2019 or 2020, but in 2018, when this area, there was one area by the Rooster River that got 7 inches of rain in about a 4-hour period. And then the week after, the beach area and by Reef Road, I think got 4 inches in 4 hours, which is a pretty intense rainfall. Could that water have come over and crossed into his property? That's a possibility. Obviously, if they have pictures or if they have video of that, that would obviously support their case. But I do know we do have drainage. We did do what we call a pervious pavement. We did some permeable improvements, making it a permeable parking lot to help with that situation. But like I said, if you get a real large storm, is it possible? I would probably say it's possible. But how frequent? I don't think it's happening, you know, 4 or 5 times a year.
This is Harold again. Are there storm drains on Lally Boulevard?
Yes, there are. There are, and again, depending sometimes on the tide and depending on the situation, they do service Lally Boulevard. The water goes into the basins. They're not, because of elevations, they're not very deep. They're probably, off the top of my head, I would say the pipes are only about 1 foot below the roadway, the top of the pipe, and then the bottom of the pipe, which they call an invert, is maybe 2 feet below. And then they, believe it or not, that water, you know, goes out towards Edward, and then I'd have to look at a drainage map exact location, but it either goes out towards the treatment plant and then out towards Pine Creek and out to Long Island Sound, or it goes towards the South Benson Marina. I believe usually we kind of distinguish Penfield as the dividing line. So I would think that this area, although the pipes, as I said, they are shallow and they are flat, this water goes probably towards Pine Creek eventually. The other thing I would say is, when I went to 528 and the other house, the roof leaders, which if you were doing a new addition now or a new house, we would make all the runoff from the roof and impervious material like a driveway. We would collect them and put them in underground chambers, or have them what we call, something permeable, to not increase runoff. In this case, both homes here had their roof leaders probably contribute to the problem as well, because the water comes down, down their downspouts off the roof and then goes onto their property. And because both properties are low, that whatever water is coming off their own property is collecting at the low point as well. That's not to say they're not getting other runoff from other properties. That's possible. The one for 528, ironically, if you do it in comparison, I think 510 is getting some of 528's runoff as an example.
Okay. So again, from your inspections, this is Harold speaking. You notice that the drains, the
downspouts, the roof leaders, yep,
are resting on the exterior of the property. I mean, on the top of the property, right? They're not.
Yeah, they're not underground. They just
Okay.
go on. They just meet the ground and they become surface runoff. Yeah.
Understood.
And that's also just for their own benefit too. I don't know if I'll get a chance to personally talk to them, but it's something they should be aware of, because that might be something that they could do to help their situation. With 528, you do go there. It looks like they've tried to aerate the soil a little bit. So so I could definitely see the very back, by the garage and stuff. And that's the case with both of these. They have backyards, but obviously the low point of the yard is the one that's going to get the wettest. And that back corner there is obviously is the low point. I think the 528 is a little bit over though from the hand there. It's a little bit. It's not. Yeah, right in there. Yeah. So that's.
And would you say, Bill, that would be what's contributing to the brown spots in the back there where the grass is not growing?
That would indicate to me that that's standing water or water that doesn't drain very well. Yes.
Thank you.
Harold, this is 510.
Yes.
This is 528.
Right. Got it. I think Kathleen has some questions or comments.
I do, Bill. One of the things we just wanted to assess was whether, I guess in particular to 649 Roland Road, are they lower? I know you said 654, but is that pretty typical for the street, or is that particular home unusually aggrieved and, the lowest house in the neighborhood, or are they pretty much equal to everybody else?
I think for the most part, everybody on that side of Roland Road, we'll just say, 3 houses or 4 houses in each direction there. It appears that their houses are at elevation, like the land around the house is at elevation 6. They put it at the highest spot. And then it appears that they all drain towards the road. So the road in general looks like it's elevation 5. For the most part, there are some way as you go way down to the little culvert, as you get closer to the shore there, it might be elevation 4. But for the most part, that's elevation 5. There is one very, very little area that's 4, but for the most part, it's 5. And so their homes all slope from elevation 6 to 5, going to the road. Now for the back, the same thing. The backyard starts at elevation 6 for the most part, and in some cases they have like for 657 and 679, the elevation 5, which means that they've probably filled in that area. That goes, elevation 5 goes way close to the property line, while 649, 633, and 615 as I said, it varies. The 649, it's flat for a longer period, but then it steepens, and then the last 40 feet or so of their property is at elevation 3, which is pretty low. 633 is a little bit similar, and then the 615, that's more of, like we were saying before, a straight line, where that goes 5, 4, 3, but more in a straight line. So if that helps. And what I mean, I don't know if everyone can read contours, I can make a copy of this and send it to Ross for distribution, if you can read contours. I don't want to, give you something if you're not going to be able to read it.
Hey, Bill?
Yes.
This is Ross. On the map that I have that I'm sharing, this is a 6-foot contour line here.
Right, that's right. You have it. Right. They were pretty thin, but now when you pointed them out, now I can see them. Yes. Yeah. So if you wanted to put your arrow, we'll do the arrow at 649 if you can.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So right in there is
if I
elevation.
zoom in, I'll lose the contour.
No, leave the contour. That's helpful. Yeah. Leave it. I think you got to go a little bit more. There you go.
Yeah, so
and then you see 6. The next, you go to the back, then the front, it all drains to the road. But now the back, that's a contour there, right? And that contour is probably, as I said, they didn't come out very good on this one.
I see a 4 back here on that line.
4, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then I just have one other question. You said
Sure.
It changes when anybody's below the 1-year flood. Are any of these properties below the 1-year flood?
Yes, that would be anything below 4.8. So there's definitely portions of that are below the 1-year flood. But again, zoning takes that as it has to be contiguous. I'll give you a good example of, I'm trying to think of the best example. Or you could say Death Valley. That's way below. You wouldn't say that that's in a floodplain because the Sierra Mountains are providing a huge buffer, so that it's not connected. Even though it's below sea level, right? It doesn't get any water from the Pacific Ocean. But if there was a stream that went by that connected, somehow went through the mountains or through a pipe and then surfaced, then that would be connected and that would be considered a wetland, as an example. That's what I mean by contiguous.
Okay, thank you.
This is Harold. I guess we could research this, but would these houses be built on a slab and do not have basements?
I have to admit, I did not look for that. But I do have some pictures here.
This is Ross. That'll all be on the field card.
Yeah.
Yes. I was just wondering if, Ross, do you know offhand if it's standard that they're on slabs or do some of them have basements?
I believe they have basements. I'm going to pull up. I happen to be on 45 Penfield, and that has a basement. Let me pull up one of the ones we've been discussing here.
Because I know that many of the homes are raised, so I'm wondering if they.
Yeah, if they're raised, I don't think they would have basements. But if they're not raised, if they're older, I do know there are some with basements in the 100-year floodplain. I definitely know that.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Harold. Yes, some of them have crawl spaces.
649 is a crawl space.
Yes. Okay.
So 649 was a crawl space. Okay.
And I think that 615 is a crawl space as well.
And then 528 Lally. That's listed as a flow-through basement. So that's
yeah, that's above. Yeah, that's why I thought in my picture, Ross, that's what it shows. It looks like their first floor is raised up.
Yeah, you can see it's been lifted.
That's how. Yeah, so I don't think it would be a flow-through basement or above ground.
Okay. This is Harold. Bill, I do have some questions about some other properties, but I don't want to take away from the purpose of this meeting, but I will contact you directly if I may.
Yes, you can. I can give you my email address if you don't have it.
I'll have it or I'll find
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Ross.
And I checked 615, that is, appears to be on a slab. I don't have any basement on that house.
Thank you.
Although I do see basement windows. So that may actually be a crawl.
Any other questions of Bill? Well, then I want to thank you very much for giving of your time to help us understand these issues, and it certainly go far to helping us make our decisions. Appreciate it.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Appreciate that. I'm glad I could help, and I'm glad I don't have to make those decisions. Have a good day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Bye. I'll come off now.
Hope that was helpful for the group.
Yes, thank you.
So, where should we begin our list?
Oh, Harold, this is Kathleen. I actually have on the agenda the approval of the minutes. So if we can get that done before we move to our deliberations, then we're going to ensure that that's taken care of.
All right. Which minutes are we approving?
Yep, so it's on the agenda for today. I had item number 3 on the agenda was to approve our the minutes from the February 23rd regular meeting. And I will make a motion to approve those minutes. Anybody second?
This is Brendan Vacant.
This is Kathleen. That was our organizational meet, sort of our get ready for the month of March meeting that we're approving.
Okay. So, all those in favor of approving the minutes? What was the date again? I'm sorry.
Sure, February 23rd.
February 23rd, our organizational meeting. Please raise your hands. It's unanimous. The minutes are approved. 5 vote of 5 to grant the approval of the minutes, and no objections, no abstentions. Thank you.
And so, Harold, this is Kathleen. So item number 4 is all the hearing minutes. And I didn't count how many of them there are. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can read the dates if you would like for the record of the hearing minutes. I'll make a motion to approve all of these minutes. Catherine Napolitano nicely helped us with our hearing minutes, so we have good records of who was where in what room and all of that. So March 2nd a.m., March 2nd p.m., March 3rd a.m. and p.m., March 4th a.m. and p.m., March 5th a.m., March 8th a.m. p.m., March 9th a.m. p.m., 10th a.m. p.m., 11th. Let's see, am I losing track here? 11th p.m., March 12th a.m., 15 a.m. and p.m., March 16th a.m., March 17th a.m. p.m., March 18th p.m., March 22nd a.m., and March 29th a.m.
Thank you, Kathleen. All those in favor of...
Harold, I'm sorry. We need a second, and then I just need to make a motion to amend the minutes to make a few changes to them. So I just need a second for this motion first.
Catherine will second.
Okay. And this is Kathleen. So Catherine Napolitano went over them once again for me, and I will read you the changes that she recommended, and this will be my amendment to have the minutes modified in the following manner. So most of them were just clerical corrections. The first was I asked her to change the list at the top, instead of listing all the board members, to list who was actually present and what room they were in and who was not there, to be consistent with all of our other minutes. There was a phone number change on the 3-2 meeting. The phone numbers were listed rather than the links. On 3-3 in the morning, some of the room numbers were wrong. Catherine and I were put in the same room together, and I know we had separate rooms for most of that morning, so that switched to 2 and 4. On March 3rd, at the evening hearings, apparently room 4 was not recorded, so we're going to change the minutes to say that there is no recording for those minutes in room 4 on March 3rd, and then one of the links is wrong on the March 4th minutes. The link is listed under room 1, but it is for room 2. So I'd like to make a motion to make those clerical corrections to the hearing minutes. Did you second it? I don't know, maybe you already did.
There's a second from Catherine. So shall I call the vote now?
Unless there's discussion, yeah? Or this is the amendment, we're voting on the amendment, yeah.
Okay. All those in favor of granting the amendment to the minutes discussion, please raise your hand. That's carried 5-0-0. It's approved. The amendment is approved. And now the original motion. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. 5-0-0. The minutes are approved. Thank you, Kathleen.
This is, yeah, and I just wanted to point out that now, since we did get our approval, we'll be moving into April, but these will all be special meetings because we did not notice them by the end of January. So we won't be able to approve any more minutes until September. So everything else will remain draft, but it was good to get all these hearing minutes taken care of and out of the way. So thank you for that. And thank you, Catherine. She did a great job with them. So we're good. You're muted.
Kathleen, where would you like to begin?
Muted, Kathleen.
So what I was trying to do is get most of these beach ones taken care of for anybody who's here. Catherine, I haven't got my spreadsheet up yet, but if you want to do your Geneva Terrace, and I shouldn't say beach, I'll say shore area minus neighborhood code 66. So we're trying to pick up some of the stragglers. I know Harold has quite a few. Catherine has one. So Harold, would you prefer to stagger, or do you want Catherine to go first?
Oh my God, just go.
Catherine, go.
If Catherine, if you're ready to do that one, then I'll tackle all the ones that are assigned to me.
Okay, excellent. Appeal number 485. Let's see, 485. 50 Geneva Terrace. The owner is Target Insurance, LLC, represented by Michael Hamoff. I'd like to make a motion to reduce the town value of $471,300 to a requested value of $400,000. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ronique. Okay. He closed in February of 2020 and paid $400,000. He then had an appraisal from 10/20 for $400,000. He also had a realtor CMA. This was a property that was on the market for about a year. It's a single family rental, and he is planning on renting it long term as a rental, but hasn't quite done that yet. He's got some friends staying there, fixing it up and making the improvements, although he said it was in pretty good shape. So interesting that the professional appraisal done for 10/1 used the subject as the best comp, because that's what he said, you know, this was the best comp possible. And it was for tax appeal purposes. So I do have some more other comps and so forth, but also wanted to note that it had been on the market for 283 days at a list price of $399. So he just went in and paid $400 when he was thinking about renting, getting renters. So I do have some other comps if we really wanted to go through them, but I was relying mostly on his purchase price. Anybody have any
Yeah, this
questions?
is right.
Nick, you have comment?
Yeah, this is right. You get the qualified sale. I could see his point. I'm good.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount of $400,000, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. The appeal is granted in full, $400,000.
Thank you very much, guys. First one.
That
done
was
for the-
easy, Catherine.
Okay, back to you, Harold.
Okay, let's see if I can run through these. We have the property at appeal number 249. Address is 528 Lally Boulevard. The owner is Patrick McInerney. The town has the value of $881,700. The requested value is $550,000. I make a motion to grant the appeal to the requested amount of $550,000. I have a second.
Catherine will second.
I'm going to withdraw because I forgot to look at my next page. The amount of $550,000 was the assessed value, and it was agreed with the homeowner that the appraised value should be under my paper here. Should be $785,714, rounding that to $785,700. So again, I apologize. I make the motion to grant this appeal to the requested amount of $785,700, which was agreed upon with the homeowner during the hearing as the stated appraised market value, not assessed. Do I have a second? Kathleen is seconding the motion. So there's a difference here of about $96,000, and as we've spoken with engineering, there is the issue of the wetlands, but I was also looking at some other factors. One being that there's a size adjustment here on this property of 1.3, as it is with other properties on Valley Boulevard. And I also noticed that there's different coding of properties on Valley Boulevard. There's a B1, B2, B3, because it is in a beach area. And it appears that going from, for example, 355 Lally and going then, over to 365, I think it's just one house away, the B2 becomes a B1. And this property is listed as a B1 property. And I'm wondering if this homeowner has just gotten caught on a borderline, and the difference between the B1 and the B2 is also affecting his value. So I have two parts to the question of the land value. One is the 1.3 factor for size adjustment and the difference between a B1 and B2 coding. Russ, are you following me on that?
Yeah, this is Ross. I think so. So you want to know what BP1 versus BP2 is?
Yes, because it appears that this house is right on the edge of that differentiator.
This is Kathleen. I think there's a cross street. Was it Edwards that goes from BP1 to BP2? We talked
No.
about this.
Yeah, this is Ross. Yeah, this is Ross. Changing it to a BP2 takes it to 802,600.
This is on the same street next to one another, Kathleen, and there's no cross street separating the blocks.
So you're talking about the house next door, Harold? This is Ross 510 Lally?
I think the number changes at 365 Lally.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's the end of the block.
355 to 365. And then everything further up the numbers is a B1.
Yeah, it's broken on the blocks.
It is broken. Okay.
Why?
Who's speaking?
To change the values between those areas as they get further from the beach.
Okay, Paulette, you have your hand up?
You know, I texted Ross earlier today asking for an explanation of the beach area thing, but I never got a response. So I don't really understand it. So.
You asked me about the beach, the Fairfield Beach Road.
But the BP1 and 2, that doesn't go on.
Back to you yet.
But we were able to get back to everybody else today because I got copied on them. Never mind, let's go on. So BP1 and BP2.
Excuse me, that is incorrect, Paulette. I didn't get back to everybody today. I got back to everybody I could. I've got about 2 people, and you're one of them. And I will get back to you.
Don't bother. I needed the information today, so I don't have it, so let's go on. So the BP1 and 2, I understand that's their beach area properties, but what is the difference in value and what makes them change at a certain point? I really would like to understand that.
Yeah, to get that deep into that right in a meeting, I don't know if I can do that at this moment. So if you want to table this and we can come back to it, I'd be happy to do the research. Or if you want to decide what the value of this property is, that's the way I try to steer everybody. What is this property worth?
Well, excuse me, Ross, isn't this answered by the company that did the revaluation, splitting up the beach area based upon the proximity to the beach, and the BP1, BP2, BP3 is adjusted accordingly. So, and it goes by, it's divided on a street level, north and south running street, I suppose. Okay. So.
Yeah, it's broken on the block.
Broken on the block. Okay. Well, looking at the land values of the houses in the same area with the same BP1 coding, I see that all the lands are values are approximately the same. They're approximately the same size. I understand that there's the water condition that this house has. I think that maybe by adjusting there's no note here about condition relative to the wetlands, and what we've heard is that there is a wetland condition here on this particular house because it is affected somewhat. And I'm wondering if, first of all, the other part of my question was, why does Lally have a 1.3 size adjustment?
Harold, I'm not seeing.
Yes, Kathleen?
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I think most of Sherman has a 6 site index. Almost all of
Okay.
it. This came up the other day in one of my other properties when we were talking about the corner of Roland, north and south of whatever that one cross street. We had 4 corner lots. And why is the house 1 block to the north significantly less land value than, literally on the same corner? The BP code change was one of the reasons. Second reason is because there's a few houses on Roland that have a site index code of 5, and that is significantly dropping their land values, perhaps too low on those houses. But most of Sherman is 6, almost all of it. So you'll see a 6, so it's consistent across neighborhood code 6. It's the BP 1, 2, and 3 that are really driving the differences, as your distance from the beach. I believe that was the intention when, Mike, the revow company coded it up that way. There's a few with 5, but I don't think you'll find many in Sherman with the 5, and they may not be correct with the 5. So
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not sure how the site index works in the calculations, but I would say that it's clear that a 1.3 size adjustment versus a 1 would increase the land value as you run the math across significantly. So again, I'm asking why Lally has a 1.3 size adjustment.
As I said, I think almost all of Sherman has it. I think if you look at
most of the neighborhood is at a site index 6.
Okay, well, I haven't had many other houses in that area, so it's the 1.3 stood out. But if that's standard for Sherman, then I will go with that. So getting back to the valuation of the house, I think that given what we heard about this property and the wet area that it has, even though he does not have drainage from his leaders going underground, but onto his property, I think the wet soil should be taken into consideration, and I'm thinking that maybe an adjustment should be made to reduce the condition by 10% in fairness to the homeowner and the recognition of the wetlands. Again, he's asking for a value of $785,700. What would a 10% reduction on the land due to wetlands do, Ross?
This is Russ. Let me plug it in.
Thank you.
And here we go again.
Paulette, do you think we should not make an adjustment for the wetlands?
Do whatever you want. I'm just listening. I'll vote when everybody's decided.
Okay. I'm just asking for your opinion on justification for a wetlands adjustment.
My opinion on it, Harold, really is that I think this gentleman's being generous with his number for the value of his property. The town has, again, way over evaluated it. His property has water, the leaders being above ground. That was not the code when the house was built. So even if it's because they're there, it's not his fault. And I don't know that he'd even be allowed to put them underground now with the wetland restrictions. So I don't think that he's being unreasonable. I think it's unreasonable for us to not look at the whole thing and say, you know what, maybe he's right. We're going to look for a small reduction. If we can get to his number, I'm great with it. If what we're doing now works for his number, I'm good to go.
Well, if this is how I did look at the land values on Lally, and they all seem to jive. So his condition is different than the other properties, and that's why I think that approach would make sense.
Okay.
Bear with me, please. I want to make sure I have this correct. CP1. Okay, 10% off the land brings him down to 810,600.
And he's looking for approximately $25,000 less. Any thoughts on that by the group or any comments? Kathleen?
This is Kathleen. Whether you feel his property is worth 785 or 810, I mean, I don't know what land and the beaches and all of that, but I wouldn't take it. I would not give him more than a 0.9 condition factor. We do have that 649 Roland. They claimed wetlands. They're at a 0.9 condition factor. We'll probably expect that we're going to hear this a lot more because it seems to me everybody down there is pretty consistent, right? In terms of I guess his elevation's a 5. The other ones on Roland are a 6. But it seems like at least some of them are pretty consistent down there. So we have to make sure that we're documenting why he's more aggrieved than the others on his side of Lally. And if it's because of the drainage, I think that's, the water's draining into the ditch in the back through his property. I wouldn't go any lower than 0.9 in terms of land.
So, okay, this is Harold. So I'd like to amend the motion to reduce in part to 810,600. So I have a second. I have a second with Kathleen. I will ask for a vote on the amendment to reduce the value to 810,600. All those in favor, raise your hand. 4 in favor, opposed? 1 opposed. The motion is carried. 410 to reduce the value on appeal number 249 to 810,600.
Mrs. Kathleen, was that the amendment or the main motion? Kathy, I was distracted.
That was just the amendment so far.
All right, then the original, on the original motion to grant in part to 810,600. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? 1 opposed. The motion is carried 410 to grant this appeal in part to 810,600. Next, I have 649 Roland. This was brought to us by...
Excuse me, is that the appeal number?
Or is that the address?
Yes, the address is 649 Roland. The appeal number is 61. The owner is Alice DeCenzo. Alice indicated that she has issues with the wetland, sent pictures and maps showing the wetlands. She said that the town did not allow fill, and she presented some capes, but she asked us to focus on the land value of her 2.8 acres. So there are pictures and maps, and as we have heard, there is a significant low area in her backyard, which affects approximately 40%. The appellant requested a reduction of market value to $600,000. I make a motion to grant the requested amount of $600,000. Do I have a second?
Catherine will second.
Catherine has seconded. The town has a value of $769,500. Okay. In looking at her comps, I did look at other properties on Roland, and she does have a condition factor already of a 0.9, whereas other homes on Roland have a 1.0. So there is a 10% reduction. She did get a reduction in her informals. And looking at other properties that are of similar size, I did focus a little bit on 615 Roland, which is appraised at $926,300. The other properties are not on the same street, but they are on Valley, Puritan, Forest, Longdean, Old Post, Fox, and Lighthouse. One thing that threw me is that in her documentation, she said that she has 2 bedrooms upstairs, leading me to believe that it's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house. But looking at the field card, I see a 3-2, 3 bedrooms, 2 bath. So I don't know if she's not counting a bedroom that's in the ground floor.
It looks like kind of a standard cape. It probably has the 4 small rooms. Maybe she's, you know, so 2 or 3. She probably just has the 2 upstairs, but it doesn't even look like it's fully dormered out. So it probably just doesn't use one of those downstairs rooms as a bedroom, so doesn't think that it is one. I don't know that that would really impact the value of her house. And I've got to say, she's looking, her house has been, you know, the value for the taxes is definitely in her land, but, you know, a $600,000 price, she's provided a bunch of comps here.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I looked at the 615 Roland because it is north of Edward Street, so it's in a BP2 zone. She's closer to the beach than that cape, so that is one of the reasons why her land is going to be a little bit higher. But the comp that she provided, I remember what the sale date was, but she's 1,700 square feet. The comp she provided is 946 square feet, and it sold for $700,000. So I'm having a hard time with the $600,000 price if that comp that's much smaller than her sold for $700,000 in October of 2020.
This is Paulette. I wonder if that comp has a backyard that looks like the picture she sent us, where it has its own swimming pond in the back. Because I think that's part of what she was saying in her appeal, that her land is not really conducive to somebody buying it and building something better. So it's really it's not appealing to builders. If you look at the picture, look at the tree in the back, how close the water is to the branches. Think of how much of that tree is underwater.
Clear, this is how clearly her concern was with the wetlands.
Right, and
that was her main issue. Now, again, I'll point out that unlike the other houses on the street, she was taken down to 10%. To get down to $600,000, whereas her neighbors, I mean, when you construct, if it was a tear down and you construct a new house and you dig out whatever foundation you need, you have that land to spread and grade across your property.
But if it's
So that does. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I'm saying that's true in a regular situation, but in a case where there's wetlands, and again, Bill mentioned, but he didn't really go into detail about that the state having control over some of that land. Laura Pooley looked it up and was clear that it did. I don't know if Bill was prepared to answer the question. I'm sure he knows what he's doing, but there may be a bone of contention. Does the state get involved in when somebody wants to do something back there? So the land, it's not like you just go in there and do it. You have to get permission from more than one place. They're not going to be too quick to give people permission to just start spreading the dirt around. So, and it doesn't matter what you may be able to get. It matters what the condition is today, now. And it's just not something that the land is not worth what the town says it's worth. Is her property worth? Maybe not, maybe it's more, but it's certainly not worth $769,500 market value. And we're supposed to be looking at market value of properties, not what we think not what we think we might want to spend. So It's just not right. There's something needs to be done about the value of the land. And by the way, not to interrupt the hearing, but Mr. Murray, when you speak to me, don't ever use that tone again and don't raise your voice. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let's proceed with the business at hand. Does anyone have any thoughts or suggestions about this property? Kathleen?
Oh, sorry, Kathleen.
No, that's okay. I was just gonna go back to what Bill had said about her leader drains. And also, I just don't know that she, looking at the elevations, the 6543, I don't know exactly what that pond is a picture of on her property, but I'm not seeing her that much more grieved than everybody else on her land. And to take her to 6, the number that she's asking for, even if that other property, that tiny cape sold for 7, I just don't think she made her case to come down to $600,000. And I don't want to try to guess what she's worth, because then we're going to be putting overrides on. She's already got a 0.9 for the wetlands, and most of the neighbors don't have that 0.9 because we looked at that before. So all the neighbors' properties are different. And I think she has some options to explore if she gets turned down by zoning for some unusual reason, to redistribute her soil, because that's probably what all the neighbors have done because their new construction builds down there. They probably had similar topography. They moved it around. So I'm not comfortable supporting it at that dollar amount, especially with that comp. And also that she does appear she has some options and that engineering's willing to help her with her options. So,
This is Harold. I mean, she does reference in her letter that tear downs have sold for $600,000 to $650,000 on Puritan and Lally Boulevard. They are not impacted the same way as wetlands on her property. I do feel that the town's value is not appropriate given her situation and what we heard, given that she has unusual dip in her land that could be corrected by grading, which is not something that she's going to necessarily do, but a builder could. So really, if she's saying that she has a tear down value only, well, we might want to consider that as one of her issues. So
This is Paula. She also mentions in her letter here that the town would not let her fill her property in. So her
that's
backyard
correct.
by the catch basin, and it's lower than her neighbors, which doesn't help the drainage problem. So she's already been down by the town to be filled. As far as the leaders above grade, let me reiterate that it is not wrong to have them for a house that's been built in the 50s. I don't know that the town would allow her to dig up the yard because of the wetlands and put in these giant infiltrators. If you've ever seen them, they're amazingly large. That requires digging up the entire property to do it. And they might not allow it because of the wetlands. So it's not like she can just stick those leaders in the ground. There's a whole process that has to be done. And I don't know that I don't know that she can even do it. So that's why I think that she's closer to right than the town is. That's just knowing what I know about building, construction, new construction, and the way the drainage goes. It's just not,
I agree. I mean, to put in a French drain to draw the water away from the home and to create a dry well or what have you, even if she could get permits, is not an inexpensive task.
I know this is Kathleen, but look at all the new construction down there. They all have to do that. They all have to dig, and some of them are at a lower elevation than she is, and they have to put in their Cultex. So I don't know why she's any different why she's specifically different than most of the others. And there's a lot of tear downs down there that are being successfully rebuilt. That's what I'm just not seeing why she's aggrieved more than everybody else. If she's basically got this 6-level elevation at the top of her property, I understand that the back, because she's, more level and then drops off, she's probably got more backyard than everybody else until she drops off. So there's probably space for for a good sized house on the front of it, because her neighbors' parcels are similar sized parcels. And Bill said, they've all got that space behind them. So I just don't see why she's unusually different than some of these other very large homes that are right in that area.
This is Harold. Kathleen, the houses next to her are newer homes. They were built more recently. They were probably graded to a higher level than hers.
Yeah.
So that was done during the construction process. She's not indicating that she's trying to raise her house. Is not, I believe she said in here that it's not FEMA compliant.
Right, but the value's there if she were to sell it, and that's where we're trying to see what's the market value of that property. And would that lot sell for a quarter-acre lot that close to the beach, sell for 600,000? You know, she's 0.28 acres that close to the beach. Would it sell for, you know, more than 600,000? I think we've seen that.
Not on a lot that looks like this.
Well, I just think all the lots next to her look the same. They're very similar. That's just my opinion. That's all. That's my opinion.
Up with water. Hers does. It's been doing that for years. Then
The land values on the 600 block of Roland range from 778,500 up to 791,200. That's the land value that the town places on the land portion of those properties. So putting it down to 600,000 for her acreage
Go way down.
is off that mark. Now I can see getting closer to what the land values are in the neighboring properties, but not down as far as the $600,000. She does have 11, almost 12, well, what does she have? 12,197 square feet of land. The other properties are, well, for example, at 657 Roland, 12,225 square feet. The land value is $786,000. So I can see something getting closer to maybe the high sixes, low sevens, but not to $600,000. But we're not going to make up numbers. So I think we'll vote unless anyone else has some comments. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount, please raise your hands.
Oh, sorry, no.
In favor? I have 2 in favor. All those opposed, raise your hand. I have 3 opposed. Motion is not carried. The vote is 2-3-0.
This is Kathleen. I think it is Harold. If you sometimes when you call the vote, if you just say the names of the people who are in favor, it might help the public who's listening because they, you know, or I don't know, or maybe it helps Kathy. I don't know. I think Peter did that the other night, and sometimes it helped when he called, you know, Catherine in favor, and I don't know.
I will ask Kathy to call the vote and to designate who was in favor of the vote.
Okay, for appeal number 61, to reduce the appraised value to $600,000, the vote was denied. 2 were in favor of reducing it. That was Catherine and Paulette, and 3 were opposed, Ronique, Harold, and Kathleen.
All right. I would now like to talk about appeal number 638. The property is at 40 Carlin Drive. The owners are Brent and Joan Godfred. This appeal was presented by Jeff Smith, an appraiser, and an appraisal was attached. Some comps were presented. Okay, motion. The appellant's opinion of fair market value is $1,350,000. The town has the property valued at $1,481,300. I make a motion to grant this appeal to the requested amount of $1,350,000. Do I have a second?
This is Rodney. I'll second that.
Veronique has seconded it. Now, there is an appraisal attached. The appellant's opinion of fair market value is $1,350,000. However, the appraisal comes in at $400,000. Jeff Smith presented his appraisal to me just the other day. This house did get a reduction as a result of the informal hearing. Yes, it did. And the appraisal requested an amount of $400,000. So if, as we have tried to do in the past, is to follow the guidance of the appraisals, the difference here is just about 5.5%, about $81,000 less than the appraised value what the town has, and the appraisal is more than the requested amount. So even without looking at the comps, which the appraiser said he did not take into consideration any time adjustment factors, I open it up to discussion. Ronique?
Yeah, I noticed he didn't do time adjusted, especially for one of the sales that happened in March. But I also noticed he didn't adjust for land either. I mean, so that's why I'm leaning towards the town's appraisal, and it's so close. I mean, but he didn't adjust for land. He didn't adjust for time value. I just think that was kind of interesting.
There are recent sales of similar properties in the beach neighborhood, and they range from the December 19th date to August 2020, December 2019 to August 2020. There's March 19, January 2019, June 2019, and July 2020. And all those prices are relatively close to the town's value. Any comments, questions? If not, I'll call it to a vote.
This is Kathleen. I'm sorry, Harold. Just to confirm, the appraisal came in higher than what he's asking for. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
The appraisal came in at $400,000
$1.4 million. Yeah.
without time adjustments and without adjustments for
Lot size. Okay.
acreage. Right. All those in favor of granting appeal number 638 to the requested amount of $1,350,000, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Paulette, how do you vote?
Saying,
All right, I have 4 in favor. None, none in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 abstention. The vote is 0-4-1. Kathy, could you please call the vote?
For appeal 638 to reduce the appraised value to $1,350,000, the vote is to deny. The vote was 0 in favor, 4 opposing, and 1 abstaining. Paulette abstained.
All right, the next one I'd like to do is appeal number 248. The owner is Eric Jacobs. The address is 120 Pine Creek Avenue. The appellant's opinion of fair market value is $1,393,740. The town has the property valued at $1,575,200. So the opinion of the homeowner in the documentation that he provided is that in 2010, he had an appraised value of $1,463,800, and in 2015.
This is Kathy. Excuse me,
Excuse me.
Harold, I didn't hear a motion.
You're correct. I thought I said I made a motion to grant. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I make a motion to grant the appellant's opinion of fair market value to $1,393,740.
This is Kathleen. I'll second it.
All right. The appellant's argument was that the October 1st revaluation does not take into consideration the last reductions that he received. The appellant is comfortable with the landline valuations, but he was focusing on condition factors and feels that the property as a whole should be reduced by 9.7%, which was the reduction that he received in 2010 court decision assessment. In 2010, the court reduced his land value to $1,650,000, according to the documents that are attached. And so now he wants to reduce that amount. He wants to apply the same amount to the current revaluation amount. He wants to reduce that by the same 9.7% that he got previously to the requested amount of $1,393,740. So it's just mathematics that he's stating as a reason for the reduction. He got the reduction in 2010. He wants the same reduction applied now to the new revaluation figure. Does that make sense? Okay. No comps were presented. This appeal was rescheduled, but you can see in the letters, he also states that there is a condition factor associated with his property related to his bordering on Bowman's Lane, which is a thoroughfare from Pine Creek Avenue to the beach alongside his property. And we are familiar with Bowman's Way from previous discussions. And he says that people are using that and to get on his property. There's a letter from the Fairfield Police Department said that they are going to increase vigilance on that property to limit as much as they can access to the beach through that Bowman's Way. And we see that in the file. There is a condition factor that reduces his land value by 5%. And the notes say ROW. I'm not sure what ROW stands for.
This is Ross. That's right of way.
Right of way. Okay, it's the right of way that he feels is impeding on his property. Given the fact that there's no comps, that there is a condition factor already applied, and that he's using a calculation based upon a previous reduction and asking that the town apply that once again, I don't know if that argument holds water. Any comments or suggestions? Kathleen?
This is Kathleen. I'm just curious, Ross. Does he have a right of way on his property as well, or he's just referencing the fact that the neighbor's right of way is next to his home? It makes, the card reads as if there's a right of way on his property, but I.
Yeah, this is Ross. It looks like it appears that the right of way is just next to his property. I'll pull his deed up and see if there's any reference on that.
This is Harold. We did have some discussion of Bowen's Way in a previous
Right.
appeal. I think his complaint was that people are using the right of way to come onto the beach, but then occupying beach area in front of his home, which is above the high tide mark.
Right. So this is Kathleen. So I guess someone looking at this card would think that there's a right of way across his property. So I guess the notes maybe just can better clarify that it's, it is, it's the neighbor owns the piece, that strip of land. We saw that before, right? With the beach access. It's actually a separate parcel and she owns it. So, makes it sound like it's on his property, but it's not. It's next to him.
This is Harold. I think he's pointing to a nuisance factor that he has
Right.
reported to the police, and the police have taken note of that. So if there's no further discussion, I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount of $1,393,740, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. The appeal is denied. The vote is 0-5-0. Thank you. Kathy, would you please read the vote?
For appeal 248, to reduce the appraised value to $1,393,740. The appeal is denied. The vote was 0-5-0.
Thank you. I'll finish this off with appeal number 279. This property is owned by Lucas and Milazzo Rodriguez. The address is 256 East Lawn Street, Fairfield. East Lawn, yes. There is an appraisal attached. The appraisal was presented by Greg Lane, and he had indicated that he did make a positive time adjustment of the 12% per year factor. He also pointed out that there was an error in the card, that the town had the square footage of the living space at 3,808 square feet. Did I make a motion? Or was it seconded? I make a motion, I'm sorry. I make a motion to grant the requested amount of $1,200,000. The town has the property valued at $1,523,600. Do I have a second?
Catherine will second.
Catherine, thank you. See, I was waiting for somebody to catch me. All right, the motion is seconded, so as I will continue, the town has the square footage at 3,808 square feet, and the owner claimed that the square footage should be 3,498 square feet because the entrance foyer is 2 stories high. I approached the assessor's office, and a member of the staff did go out to the house to see if, in fact, the foyer did have a cathedral ceiling, if it was a 2-story foyer. And upon entering the house, he noticed that it did not. This is sort of like a split level where you have a half staircase going up to the next level, and the ceiling level is equal to the height of the ceiling above the door, and the floor at the top of the half staircase reaches a floor level where Ross is pointing at the just above the garage, that second level. So it's not a cathedral ceiling, and therefore the foyer cannot be discounted at 310 square feet. Okay, so that was one thing that we tried to clear up. Now there are comps here. We'd love to take a look at those comps. I really did not see much issue with the comps. The land sizing was very similar. What I would take into consideration, though, is because we did clarify that issue with the square footage in the house, and it appears that the assessor is taking approximately $10,000 off for each 100 square feet, that figuring the comps at the smaller square footage of 310 square feet less, I think we should add that $30,000 at $10,000 per 100 feet to each of these adjustments for the living space size. But that still pretty much keeps them in line, I believe, with the appraisals.
This is Kathleen, it's what, 3808? That's what the town has the square footage at, 3808?
That's correct. And he claimed it should be 310 square feet less because the foyer has a cathedral ceiling, 2 stories, and it does not. And an internal inspection was done by a member of the assessor's office.
Okay.
So adding 310 square feet to the appraisal numbers should adjust each of the comp adjustments by $30,000, I believe. So I'm doing that right.
I'm not sure I understand what we're doing.
I'm trying to adjust the comps to the actual square footage of the house, just to see how that compares. I'm not saying that the appraisal is wrong in any other regard other than the calculation of the adjustments made to the square footage based upon the incorrect measurement of the subject property's living space. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's 400 square feet difference, right? 3808 versus 3498 or something like that?
I think it's 310 square
300,
feet.
okay. And Mr. Lane adjusts at 20 some odd a square foot? 200, I'm sorry.
10,000 per square foot.
10,000.
Per 100 square feet, I'm sorry, per 100. It's $10 per square foot.
He has the square footages at between 377 and 393. So I think if you used a $385 square footage for 800.
If this is Ross, he's adjusting at $100 per square foot. It's right
Yes.
below the comparable section.
There it is. Yes, it is.
For example, if you look at comp 1, that has 328.98, it will appear that in the appraisal, there's a difference of 200 square feet And so he adjusted by adding $2,000, okay? But I would say that instead of just 200, it should be 500, so that 20,000 becomes 50,000. So the bottom number becomes 12,600, no, 1,260, 1,290,900. Excuse me, you take that back again. Adding 60, adding 30,000 more, that would make it 1,240,000 more. I'm sorry, my head isn't working the numbers, but I'm saying that the gross living area should be equal to what the town's measurement is. Looking at that card again, sorry.
All right.
3808. So that's 310 square feet more. So what does that do to the comp square feet adjustment, where he currently has $20,000 for 2,000 square feet? It seems to me we had to add $30,000 to that 20,000 for comp one, which makes the total on the bottom 1,260,900, and going across, adjusting each of the other two amounts accordingly should drive those prices up as well.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. So that means all the comps are going to be over $1.2 million by the time you're done with that exercise, right? The other thing I wanted to point out is that they did pay $1,425,000 for it in March of 17. So it's a brand new home built in 17, and they did purchase it for $1,425,000, and now they're looking to go to $1.2 million. So, and I don't know, there's not a lot of pictures of the inside. You know, he's giving $100,000 adjustment for condition factor. He's got most of the others at a higher condition. This one he has is what, average or something? Where is it?
He is claiming that they are newer
and very good. So he's giving $100,000 worth of credit for the, you know, but I don't see the pictures are of the interior. That's stairwells. I'm looking for dining room. Oh no, for a 4,000 square foot house. Third floor miscalculated, family room. I don't know, where's the kitchen? Like, where's all the space in this? If it's almost a 4,000 square foot house, I guess I just would have expected some large room somewhere. So I don't know. I'm having a hard time with $1.2 million when they paid, you know, $1.4 million.
This is Paulette. I tend not to what happened in 2017 because we're not looking at that period. We're looking at what happens now. So if I wanted to use a comp from 2017, you guys would say, no, you can't. So I look at the same way for both sides. As far as the pictures, I don't know why you didn't take them or why the rooms don't look big. But again, we're tearing apart an appraisal that we have no right to tear apart. And we're making adjustments of $500,000 on places where we really don't have any business doing that because we're not the ones educated and trained to do it.
I just did want to clarify that the appraiser was working on a wrong assumption because he believed that there was a cathedral ceiling, which was not there, and therefore there was a difference of 310 square feet. Okay, so prior to this revaluation period, he was appraised at $1,325,000, and he's asking for $125,000 less from the prior year, going down to $1.2 million when other the other properties are over $1.2 million. Do we,
But they're newer, right?
pardon?
They're newer, are they?
Their sales were newer, maybe.
And
Okay.
what is the new construction?
One is
I
new construction.
kind
No.
of think we're,
Let's take that one. What is that one? What did that come out to? One's new construction, so obviously it's going to be worth more. If everything else is equal, if it's similar size, it's never going to be totally equal. If it's similar size, similar location, but yada yada. So, what did he adjust that one to?
That one is adjusted to $1,230,900, and I think that given the additional square footage in the subject house, it would be $1,260,000. $1,260,900, and it's sold for $1,265,000, even. Okay.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's the comp fits. The comp does fit.
Yeah. Okay. I was looking at.
All right. Like I said, I don't have much negative to say about the comps. I just wanted to point out that there was an error in the calculation that was made by the appraiser, for what it's worth. I mean, we spent a lot of time on this. So I'd like to call a vote unless someone has any additional comments. No? All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount of $1,200,000, please raise your hand. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. All those opposed? 1 opposed. The motion is carried 4-1-0. Kathy, could you please call the vote?
Appeal 279 to reduce the appraised value to $1,200,000 was granted by a vote of 4 in favor and 1 opposing. Kathleen opposed.
Thank you. Okay, I think that was the 5 that I had for me. Who do we have available? Ronnie, do you want to do a few of yours until we have some more
Well,
people joining?
This is Kathleen. I have a couple in the beach. One I won't do. I think I'm going to hear it tomorrow, but I'll do my other one beach one if that's okay. The 531 Judson.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to
think
try to
that's
knock off these what I call shore area ones. Judy may join us around 7. She's got one appeal 620, and John has a Sherman, an attorney, and I think he's on in a few minutes. And not that I don't want to move to the university and some of the other ones. I don't know. I guess I'm anxious to get through these ones if we can. So
I'm gonna listen, but shut my camera off. But I'm gonna listen. Put dinner on.
okay, so this is appeal number 75. The property address is 31 Judson Road. The town has the property valued at $902,200, and the appellant wishes a reduction to $750,000. And I will make a motion to grant this appeal and reduce the appraised value from $902,200 to $750,000.
This is Ronique. I'll second that motion.
Let me just call this one up myself.
I'm going to start with the 10-minute time warnings, okay?
Sounds good, Kathy. Thank you. So this house, or this appellant anyway, his primary case was he was trying to figure out why the houses on South Benson and Oyster Road and some of the other properties to the east of him have a much lower land value than his property does. So if you look in his backup, he provided a lot of information, you know, in regards to the land values on the other sheets. So I didn't pay as close attention to those ones. I mean, I know the reason is probably because those are in the Turney district. He, on being on Judson Road, is in the Sherman district. So the land values are less on those other streets. So I didn't go through that with him at that point, but that is probably why some of these other ones he's looking at have the lower land values than his does. He also, and so he felt that the land should be lower on his property. He also has an awkwardly shaped lot, although he does have a very large property. Ross, if you want to pull it up on the GIS, I kind of looked at this before because I struggle with this one a little bit. So he's got, where do I have the land here? He's a 2,000 square foot home, but he has a 12,870 square foot lot. So his lot is really big. So a lot of his value is in his land. The comps, he did provide a list of comps for me. I asked which ones he thought were the closest to his. So in the backup, you'll see his list: Riverside Drive, Smith Street, Oldfield Road, Reef Road, Beach Road. So I focused on with him on the South Benson Road. The 193 South Benson was one that he thought was close to him, and the 145 Puritan Road homes were close to his. So I looked at those pretty closely. The South Benson one sold for $725, and the Puritan Road one for $775. The South Benson house is really small. It's a 1917 Cape, 1,260 square feet. His is 1,900 square feet, and it's on a 5,300 square foot lot. His lot is 12,870 square feet. And then I looked at and he does have a basement and crawl in his house. And then I looked at the 145 Puritan, which is a 1952 Cape, 2,300 square feet, 10,000 square foot lot. But it doesn't have, he also has a lot of outbuildings. He has a garage with a loft worth $47,000 and a pool at $18,900. And that one on Puritan, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, well, it's a little bigger. It sold in March, which is earlier than the reval period, for $775. So time adjusting that up, that would come up, you know, higher into the 8s. So the 145, I said if I time adjusted it, I'd come up around, you know, 815 or something like that. So I didn't, you know, I wasn't crazy about the comps that he provided for his property. He did say that his kitchen is very small, 8 by 8, and the usable walking area is 5 by 6 or 5.5 by 5.5, and his fridge is in the other room. But he does have those, you know, if you look at his lot, he's using his property really well. You can see the pool in the back there. You can see the large 2-car garage with the loft on top. And those add a lot of value to his property. So while he may be, you know, he said builders might not like my lot because it's awkwardly shaped. But it is, you know, a really nice piece of property. And from the, you know, from the curb and all of that, it does have good curb appeal. So, you know, and it's nicely tucked on. It does have some bigger homes next to him, but he's used the house well. And it's dorm, you know, there's a lot of dormers and things on the top. So I struggled what to, you know, what to recommend to do with this one, because I don't think 750 is accurate, especially for that large lot. And there was one land sale, I think, on Beach Road around the corner. I thought I printed it out, but now I can't find it in my papers. And I think that Beach Road lot sold for $750 for the land alone. It was torn, that, you know, it's a vacant piece of property now. So I don't see his number being supported there. So if he has an awkward shaped lot, I asked the assessor to, you know, perhaps and give him some adjustment for the shape of his land. But given that he's able to use it in such a, you know, a good way, I suppose we could, I was thinking maybe to make a motion to adjust for the shape of his lot, and that would take about 22,000 or so off of his land. That would put him down in the high 8s.
Kathleen, this is Ravneek. What was the value of the vacant lot again that you mentioned?
There was a lot on Beach Road that sold for $750. I printed it out on my printer, but let me see if I can. I have it in the sales data here.
No worries, I was just curious.
Yeah, no, it sold for $750 in January. Let's see, 0.22 acres.
Okay.
Now that may be a square lot. It is on Beach Road. So I think that could put some land, some price on the land. There was another land sales a little bit earlier in 18 or other properties in that area, capes like that. But I wasn't crazy about his South Benson comp because it's a really small house. It's just very different on a small lot. And South Benson's a busier street, and that's 725, and then the 145 Puritan, again, it was a March sale, didn't have that big garage, and he has a lot of value in his pool and in his garage. So that's sort of what I'm leaning to do, is to give him some adjustment for the awkward shaped lot, but he does have a really nice big piece of, I think he's got good property and I think he's using it well. And I'm not sure 750, and I think that's just, he's asking for something too low.
This is Harold. Do we have any sales information on this home?
On his property?
Yes?
Let me look at the card. I don't think so. No, they've owned it for a very long time. And a lot of his argument was, based on what my neighbors pay, how much less the others pay in taxes, why is everybody else so low? And again, I think it's because once you get over to South Benson and Oyster Road, those are a different neighborhood code, so the land values are a little bit less. So that's probably why they're, maybe paying less taxes, because it's not as, it's not as valuable a location as the Judson Road or the address. It's not as a busy street. South Benson is much busier. So he's in a good location.
This house, this is Harold, this house does have the right of way, the driveway between those two other houses. And it's not a shared driveway.
This is Kathleen. He didn't say that I don't think so. Maybe just the lot line is off, because I think, is that other house's driveway somewhere else? I'm not sure. Yeah, Ross.
This is Ross. This is Ross. The GIS parcel lines don't seem to be lining up quite the way they should in this area. I mean, if you look at this one, it fits the current usage of the lot better.
Okay.
And in the backup, there is, Ross did put an aerial photo, and there's also a copy of the deed. We're trying to figure out, why would that lot be so awkwardly shaped? And I think it was, in previous divisions of the property where pieces were pulled out for garages for other the one on the corner of Judson and South Benson maybe wanted to keep their garage, and that's why when they divided it up or whatever, they drew a weird lot line as opposed to drawing a straight line to the street. I mean, since that other house has since been torn down and now there's a new construction there, so you can't see where that garage used to be, but it was in that kind of jog. So I think that's why the jog was created when they subdivided and put the subject property's home on that parcel.
So does anyone wish to, this is Harold, does anyone wish to make a amended motion?
I mean, this is Kathleen. I would, that's my recommendation, is that we give him a reduction for the awkward shaped lot. It would reduce it by 22,865. I'd need to do the math to know what that brings him from the 902, because I didn't write that down. Is that?
Kathleen, how much did you want off?
Yeah, he's at 902,200, And when I asked you for the calculation, you told me that 0.95, a 5% reduction would take 22,865 off his land.
Yeah,
So assuming
it comes to
that
800. It comes to 869,500 with 5% off the land.
so you said it was a $22,000 reduction.
5% more off the land is what you're suggesting. So the land value. And Ross, you come up to 869,500?
Yes.
So then it's more than 22,000 off.
Oh, I came up with 879, but I'll trust your math, Ross. I thought 879, 135.
Let me double check.
Because I was just going off of the 22,000.
I have it at, this is Ross, I have it at 9022 right now. Is that?
That's accurate. Yeah, in other words, I asked you to do the numbers for me, but you didn't give me, you just said if you take a condition factor of 0.95.
I'm just re-entering it. One sec.
Would take it down 22 to 865.
Yeah, that's what I used.
I'm getting 869.5.
This is Harold. We're not looking to take 5% off the entire value, only the land value?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I got 879, 135 using your 22,865 calculation from the land you had in the response.
Yeah, maybe that was an error.
Okay. Okay.
Let me double check. Yeah, it should have been 32,665.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so the number is 879,500?
869,500.
So that's 870,000.
No, 869,500.
Yeah, it's around close to 870. Okay, so I'll make a motion to amend. I'll make a motion to amend this and grant in part to a number of 869,500.
This is Harold. I'll second. Okay, I will call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal, the amendment to 869,500 as an amended value, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. 3 in favor. Opposed? 2 opposed. The motion is carried on the amendment to reduce the value, the requested amount to 869,500, or to adjust the requested amount to 869,500. Now, all those in favor of granting the appeal in part to 869,500, please raise your hand. I have 3 in favor. Opposed? 2 opposed. The motion is carried. The motion to grant in part to 869,500 is carried. This is Harold. We have 2 members joining us. We have John Spolier and Peter Rupert joining us now. But Kathy, can you please call the vote?
Okay, for appeal number 75, the vote to reduce the appraised value to $750,000 was granted in part, and it is reduced to $869,500 with a vote of 3 in favor and 2 opposing, Catherine and Kathleen opposed.
Thank you, Kathy.
No, I think it was Paulette and Catherine opposed.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I knew something was wrong there.
Yes, Paulette.
Catherine and Paulette. Thank you.
So I believe we currently have 7 members present for our deliberations and voting. I will choose to leave this meeting, and I will hand over to Peter, the chairing of this meeting. Peter, you okay? You with me?
Yep. All right. Well, Harry, you're not going to come back and, shove me off again like last night, are you?
No, this is not going to happen because I'm signing off.
All right.
Good night, Harold.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Have your night off. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay. All right. So, good evening, everybody. Who's got an appeal that they'd like to present?
So this is Kathleen. Peter, we were trying to finish off the beach ones tonight, which Judy may join us at 7. She has one, I won't say beach, but shore area neighborhoods. She's got one on the Reef Road neighborhood. I have one left in Kearney, but I think they're going to hear tomorrow. And the only other 2 left are John's at 230, appeal number 149 and 151. So if John is ready to do those 2, I would love to get those ones taken care of. If he's ready.
I'm ready. We can try to tackle those 2 right now. One will definitely be an interesting one. I will say. All right, so let's tackle okay. Let's go with the harder one first. So this is appeal number 149. The property address is 239 Edward Street. The owner and appellant is John Sullivan. The town has a value of $1,346,200, and the requested value, which I would like to make a motion to grant, to change the appraised value to $1,100,000.
Is there a second?
This is Rudnick. I'll second that.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. So with this appeal here, on the card, one of the things that they said on that card is that there is an elevator in the house, and the appellant states that there is no elevator in the house. So I don't know if that elevator got included somehow by accident, applied to the card when it should have been, just elevation. So Ross, I don't know if you're able to pull up anything. I don't see anything on the card that has an elevator associated with it. Like either in the notes or in the information with building permit records.
In the notes on 9/12/17, it says enclosed porch and elevator.
Oh, you're right. It does. But he's disputing that there is an elevator associated with it.
This is Ross. Where are you seeing that? Are you talking about the 3rd building permit? 154396?
No, in the names.
In the notes up above. It says.
Oh, in the building notes.
Yeah. It probably would have been based on the notes, I'm guessing it would have been with permit ID 155119.
Yeah, this is Ross. Let me pull up the building permits and just verify that.
Okay.
I want to say that this does not have an elevator, but I think it might have an elevator shaft. But I'm not sure.
Okay.
Let's see what I can find out from building permits.
All right. Thank you. While you're doing that, he talks about the gas inserts that he has for fireplaces. So we have one ventless and the other pipes out to the side. The fireplaces are back to back in different rooms. And you'll see in the documents here, he has the costs of the fireplaces. So he says on page 5, he talks about the elevator with that was never installed. The other thing is that he does have some comps here starting on page 6. So he starts to, as you can see on page 6, he has some averages out there as far as sales price of all comps and such. Okay. Go ahead, Ross. Okay, so you've got. What do
Yeah,
you
if you
have
can
here?
see here that there was this is Ross, there was a building permit taken out. And it does indicate that the shaft was installed, but it doesn't look like they ever installed the elevator. Usually you see that as a separate permit.
Okay.
So the house is prepped for it, but not installed.
Okay, so I guess a question to those on the line is, I mean, it right now it shows the on the card. Let me just go back up to the card. The elevator is listed for 43,900 in appraised value. What do you guys think about that? It looks like it's prorated, right, Ross, at 72% from the typical 61,000?
This is Ross, I've already removed the card or the elevator for next year. So without the elevator, I have a value of 1,301,300.
Okay. Make a note of that because I'm thinking we're going to want to come back around to that. So the comps that are provided, you can see there, it doesn't have unfortunately, I mean, he has the bedrooms, or he doesn't have the bedrooms and bathrooms, but you can see the comps that he attached down below. We have Beach, Lally, Old Field, Old Post, and Old Post. I don't know if the Old Post are quite, would be considered comps in this case or not. So I'd be looking to get inputs on that one as well.
This is Kathleen. I mean, we've seen a lot of beach comps. We've seen a lot down in Edward and other areas. So I'm not sure I would include the Old Field and the 2 Old Post comps just because I think there's a lot more sales, you know, in the lower beach area that perhaps would be closer to his, 3,800 square foot home. So I agree with you.
Okay, so if we look at Edward, or the one that's being appealed here, we have 5 bedrooms and 4.5 baths for 10 rooms. Comp 1, if we go down to that one, which I believe is starting on page 9, that one doesn't have it in there. Looking at it. Yeah, he didn't provide the cards. Let me just double check on.
This is Kathleen. I have the 634 beach up. It sold for 1109
Yep.
in April of 2020. It does not appear to be FEMA compliant, at least not according to the field card. I don't know if he is, but that one looks a little on the low. You know, it's 3,600 square feet, built in 2001, but it's not FEMA compliant. Is it like 10% for FEMA compliance or something?
And
This
you
is
can
Russ.
tell.
We had,
Go
sorry,
ahead,
John.
Ross.
We
No,
had
please go.
10% for FEMA compliant. It does look like the house was lifted at one point
Yep.
and then lifted again a second time. Rather interesting. I'll show you the pics.
Okay. By the way, and this property is FEMA compliant. Just to let you know.
So you can see here, it was a split. It looks like it got raised. And then they raised it yet again.
Looks like a totally different house.
Yeah, that totally changed it, that second redo.
I think 634 Beach Road is a good comp. I called it up on Realtor. Has only 2.5 baths. Not as beachy architectural. Did sell for $1.1 million.
Mm-hmm.
A little over $1.1 million in April of 20. It is a little smaller. It's got 2 less bathrooms. So
Same number of bedrooms of 5.
yes, at 5, 3,600 versus his 3,900, 2.5 baths versus 4.5 baths. And I mean, looks nice, but not as, not with the little shingles and, you know, it looks clappered.
Right.
It looks, you know.
This is Kathleen. That one's not FEMA compliant. That's why that was the one that I said this.
Yeah, although it is, it's raised. I mean, it's up there, and it was built in 2001. So
Yeah.
I do agree with. I think the subject property should be northwards of $1.1 million.
This is Paulette. Again, we have to be careful when we say something is or isn't FEMA compliant, because even though the FEMA map changed after Sandy, we don't know what elevation that house is on Beach Road. And there's no way to know without a certificate. So they might be. We just don't know. Unless it's right down.
Sorry, but the listing says it's FEMA compliant.
On the one on Beach.
Correct.
Okay. No, I'm just saying in general, like we use
yeah,
that.
no, I agree.
No.
The listing does say it's FEMA compliant. Just adding, you know, trying to get what I can.
No, that's helpful.
Yeah. And then actually, I just noticed the other comp. It says 10/26/19. However, according to that card on 126 Lally, I guess is 10/16/19. So that can also, you know, is within range. With that,
Someone wants to look up that one. What did
I'm
that
looking
sell
at it
for?
right now. It's got 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths.
And what was the address? Sorry.
126 Lally.
Okay. And that sold in April early.
No,
too early.
10 of 19, just in the
Okay.
range.
And what did it sell for?
It sold for 1.15 million.
Okay.
Okay. However, looking at the picture of it, it's definitely not as snazzy as what the house that's being appealed on Edward is. It's like your more traditional colonial.
One on Beach is pretty decked out on the inside. Very, very new construction look, very fresh. Okay.
And this is Kathleen. The Lally one is, up closer to Paulding and stuff. It's north of Quincy Street, so it's not as close to the beach as Edward Street is. The subject property is on Edward, right? So they're a block off the beach.
So I guess based on what I'm hearing and such, feel like I want to make an amendment to adjust the card for the 2021 grand list.
Right. Oh, so John, this is Kathleen. So how we've been doing the card adjustments is we do them first and then reduce the town's value and then do the appeal as a separate motion, so that it gets, so if you want to withdraw your first motion and then just make a motion to do the card correction.
Okay. So I'd like to, go ahead.
That makes sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
Explain that right. Okay.
Okay. So Kathy, I'd like to withdraw, and Peter, I'd like to withdraw my motion for the time being with appeal number 149. And I would like to make a new motion to change the town value and the card for the 2021 grand list to a value of $1,301,300, which would eliminate the elevator charge that's on the card currently. Did I say that right, Kathleen?
This is Kathleen. Yes, other than you said 2021 grand list, and I think you mean the 2020 grand list.
2020 grand list, sorry.
Did you have a question, Ross?
Yeah, I just want to point out, we also corrected the fireplaces. So it's, we had two on there. One is a 1.5 story. We corrected that to two fireplaces under the FPL code. So there was a slight drop on that as well.
Okay.
Is that including? Is that the?
That's all included.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all included in the $1,301,000.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion for that, and can we say retroactive the 2021 card to 2020? Would that work?
We've been doing them. We've just been saying that, since we're doing 2020 grand list, that's what our job is. So I think you don't even have, technically you don't have to mention the grand list. I think Ross will take care of the future ones, but yeah. So we've just mostly been saying card corrections and doing it as a separate motion.
Excuse me. This is why I have a question. Kathleen, I didn't do the math, so maybe you did. But if we adjust for the elevator, at a $43,000 adjustment plus a small adjustment for the fireplace correction, does that come to that number, $1,301,300?
This is Kathleen. Ross did the math, but I think so because he was at 1,346 and was in the elevator valued at about 45,000.
46,000, 43,000 for that.
Yeah, and then the fireplace.
And the fireplace. So
yeah. So 1,3462 down to 1,301,300. So that's, it makes sense to me if Ross did the numbers right, but I don't have a calculator. I should get one.
Okay.
So that's the motion I have I'm putting on the table.
Okay. Kathleen, do we need a second for this motion?
Yep, I'll second it.
Okay. So for the motion for appeal number 149 to
no, this isn't for, well, is it for appeal number 149 or is it just to change the card for 239 Edward Street?
This is Kathleen. I know I've been reviewing all the minutes. So it's like a two-parter for this address. Part one is the motion to adjust the card. So yeah, it's all part of the same appeal. It's just a
Okay.
two-part. Yeah.
All right, so I make a motion to reduce or to change the card's value for 239 Edward Street to $1,301,300. All those in favor, raise your hand, please. Okay, all those opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay, and now,
Okay.
done, all right?
Yep. So now I'd like to put back on the table and make a motion, appeal number 149, 239 Edward Street, owner and appellant John Sullivan, with the now new current town value of being $1,301,300. And I'd like to make a motion to reduce that appraised value to the requested $1,100,000.
Do we need a second?
We
Need a
Yes,
second.
So this is already got a second.
Since you did the first time around, you might as well do it on the second time around, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any discussion?
So-
Are we ready to vote here?
I mean, we've looked at the comps. Anybody have any other discussion?
This is Paulette. I like the beach road comp.
634 Beach Road.
Yeah, that's 634. Is it 634? I'm trying to find it again now as I'm looking at this.
I just looked on Realtor.com. You probably have better.
Yeah, but I like that one. So
Yeah,
I
it
could-
is a little,
house.
it's 36, it's 300 square feet smaller and
Right. It's a
two
lot
less
newer.
bath.
Yeah, and it's a lot newer. It was built in 2001. So I can kind of, in my mind, I can justify, okay, it's a little smaller and it's got two less baths, but it's a much newer house. So,
At the same time, I will say it does look like this one, over the years or recently, 4 years ago, they pulled the permits for it.
Well, they raised it. Did they do
yeah.
any interior modifications? I think is a kind of important question. I mean, the permits were pulled to raise it.
I don't see any.
Did he say what his kitchen looked like? I mean, the
No.
634 Beach is inside looks brand new.
Mhm.
I think the subject property may have done more on the outside. My question is, have they done anything on the inside?
Well, this is Kathleen. They at least added an elevator shaft. We know that he did that, right? So he's got to have a space for the elevator to come in.
That might have been part of the just elevation. They just had a piece they had to figure out to do it.
Mhm.
I mean, I bet we all know people who raised the house, but really didn't change the inside.
Did he give us any
Did he-
pictures of the inside? No, right?
No.
Mention anything?
Nope, didn't mention
Because
anything on the
there's no
inside.
other, the remodel, the only other thing done before that was in 2001.
Ross has his hand up.
Ross, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I can pull up the permits and I think, I have them open. So we can see what other permits have been pulled. We might see some electrical. So you just got to watch, they do repeat. So they got a hydro air system with AC. A 400 amp service. This is all in 2017. A screen porch. Front and rear landings. And that's about it. And then the last one's a conduit for a future pool.
Mhm. But this is Kathleen. Didn't you show the street level? Didn't he take it up, or am I thinking of the previous house where he took this up and added on? Am I thinking of the last house?
Yeah, let me switch to that.
You know, so
For
he
you.
must have added more bathrooms. I don't know if he added more living space.
The card does
You know,
show
that was
4.5.
done during the elevation.
Also, I'm going to put my Herald hat on. Also, I note that they did do, it wasn't mentioned in the session, but I see on the card here that there was a value change, but that might have been the neighborhood value change that was there.
Enclose the porch, it looks like, right? That's what the enclosure of the
Right.
porch.
It looks like it.
Right.
It looks like it was a split.
Yep.
And then when they lifted it the second time, it became, would appear to be a straight up colonial at this point.
It looks like that previous split one, maybe in 2001, added on some stuff to the left, you know, above the
Right, 'cause
porch.
this is what it
Looks
was.
like they blew out the front, you know, the top, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah,
So
this is the
when's
original house.
And is the next picture, is that picture in 2001 after that 2001 edition?
This was after, right, this picture here, oops. Yeah, these here are 2001, or post-2001 changes.
Okay, so we can
So this was, I think,
assume that
taken,
nothing
this
else
was
has
2000. Yeah, this is 2002, probably 2010-ish, and this was probably 2014, just prior to the 17 renovation.
So between 2001 and the elevation, doesn't look like anything was really updated. No permits.
No, this is what happened in 2017, right here.
Right, that's the elevation. So, but before that, we don't see any new kitchens or anything going in. We don't see any permits pulled for anything like that after the 2001. That's a very clever. I've never seen a split transitions like that. I did a good job. We're going down a long road here, guys.
I'm ready to vote.
We
10
need
minutes.
some.
Okay. All right, so for Appeal 149, to bring the amount, or to grant in part to 1,100,000, all. Am I unmuted?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So for Appeal 149, to bring the to grant in part to 1.1 million, 1,100,000 dollars. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay. See 1, 2. All right. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. 1, 2 is Kathleen. 3. All right. And abstentions. Okay.
And
The-
Ronique is dialing. Wait, Ronique is
Right.
dialing in.
All right. Oh, sorry.
His
Okay.
phone dropped. He could be
All right.
all the difference here. I think he's looking for the dial-in code. And there he is.
Sorry about that, my phone died, and I couldn't get the audio right when the voting started.
So Ronique, which way are you voting?
I'm voting to Approve.
Approve. Okay. So the vote is 3-4. That's Ronique, Paulette, and Catherine, and 3 against, Peter, John, and Kathleen. The motion does not carry.
No surprise.
Kathy, will you please read the vote?
Okay, for appeal number 149, the first motion was withdrawn. The second motion was a card correction, and the appraised value was reduced from $1,346,200 to $1,301,300. That was granted by a vote of 6 in favor and nobody abstaining or opposing. And then the final motion was to reduce the appraised value to $1,100,000, and that failed with a vote of 3 in favor and 3 opposing. Peter, John, and Kathleen opposed.
Thank you, Kathy. John, did you have another? You were
Yep,
going to.
I do.
Can I take a break? Because we have enough people. I'm going to take a 15-minute break. Is anybody else that hungry? Or no? All right, I'll be back. John, keep it up. I'm coming back for the next one.
Oh, okay. No pressure on me or anything. Okay, the next one I would like to present to the board for consideration is appeal number 151. The property address is 114 Oyster Road. The owner at the time of the reval and such is Myron Quipperell Estate. The appellant is John Sullivan. The town has the value of $572,700, and I would like to make a motion to grant the requested value of the appellant for $570,000.
We have a second.
This is Ronique. I'll second.
All right, thank you, Ronique.
Thank you. I want to take a look at the card. It looks like the card has not been updated as of the 18th, but and the reason why I want to point that out is that Mr. Sullivan purchased the house from the estate, and the purchase went through in early March of 2021, and that's why we have the owner as Marion Quipperell or Curepel, and John Sullivan as the appellant here on this. There, as you can tell by the numbers, what's being asked in the town value is not very much in difference here. Really what the appeal is on this one is that the building value is too low and the land value is too high, according to the appellant. Okay. And then if you look at the that we have here in the file, you'll also note that they have in there, they're looking for a correction to the land size. So based on what they have here is there's some, again, tidal wetlands they're talking about, but also looking to have a net change from 0.3 to 0.27 acreage and such. So I believe, and yeah, if you look at on page 6, you'll see where they point out the discrepancy of usable property and you know what it is there with it. And there is the wetland, or they do have a map on page 7 of the property, He included on page 8, his insurance card just to show how much, coverage is on there. So, as stated, back part of the lot is wetlands, state title wetlands. So he has the survey on there. They did bind in December for $640,000. Paulette, I don't know if you're able to call up the deal and confirm that number for 114 Oyster Road.
This is Ross. It's recorded for 640.
It is recorded for 640. All right, thank you. And it's recorded with John Sullivan being the owner?
Yes.
Great. Okay, that can sleep a little bit better now. Go ahead.
This is Roni. I have an issue with what he wants for the dwelling. So insurance companies, they calculate, I'm a licensed insurance agent, so, or I have a license still. But anyways, what they say as dwelling coverage is just what it costs to replace the actual building. When we look at dwelling, we're looking at the value of the building. So, I mean, I wouldn't, and also he wants 25,000 or 357,000 with the garage, and we have it at 88,000. I mean, first off, it would be higher. And two, the values are just so different. Insurance calculates what the replacement cost of the house is, which is very different than the value.
Okay. You will see on the card, though, on page 10, that there is already a 0.5 discount on the land that we have there. So in talking with the appellant, it sounded like that one of the reasons why they wanted to shift the values between the house and the land is that if they wanted to do improvements or do an addition on the property, that he feels the FEMA compliance calculation would be correct, because I believe if you do improvements of 30% or more, is it on the house, then you have to make it FEMA compliant. Is that a correct statement?
No, it's 49%.
It's 49%? Okay.
Right, this is Kathleen. So I looked into this a few weeks, I don't remember if it was for another appellant or whatever, but at least the FEMA compliant guidelines state that it's, there's multiple sources that you can use to determine what the value of the structure is. And the town's tax records is one of those ways you can determine the value of the structure, but there's also other ways of doing that. It's in the FEMA regulations. I think you can get, it's been a few weeks since I looked at it. Maybe Ross can remember it better than me because I forwarded it to him, because that question came up before as to, by giving people really low values on their homes at the beach and really high land values, are we, preventing them from being able, are we putting them at the 50% rule and then they can't do anything, and their house is worth 70,000, so they can't do anything more than $35,000 worth of work? And I'd have to find the document again, but it basically said, I don't know if it's a town rule that they have to look at the tax records, but certainly the FEMA rules do not say that. FEMA gives like 3 different ways you can come up with the value of the building. So that's, if this is the reason why he's doing it, and just, FEMA appears to have 3 ways, and whether Fairfield is further restricting that, I don't know why. Didn't Jim Went, maybe Jim Went even answered that one. I don't remember. If I can find it, I'll show you, but I know, one of the ways was insurance, I believe, was the insurance, replacement value can be used, not just the town tax records, right? Because we know that those are, those are formulas based on, mass appraisals come up with those houses. So the true value of a home can be determined, in other ways for FEMA compliance from what FEMA regulations say.
There it is. Independent appraisal, detailed estimates of the structure's actual cash value, Property value is used for tax assessment purposes. The value of the buildings taken from NFIP claims, usually actual cash value, and qualified estimates based on sound professional judgment made by the staff of the local building department or tax assessor's office.
So I'm just saying, this is Kathleen, just saying to, to make this very small, to make these adjustments on his card because he probably wants to do work on the property and can't, or thinks he can't. I don't know that the tax, the town tax records doesn't appear to be the sole reason, for him to not be able to do what he wants to do if the house really has more value than that.
Okay. There is, if you look at page 6, again, this is the point about the size of the property that we have here. According to the surveyor who did some measurements on the property, they're saying that the total property is 0.309, but Vision has a 0.32. And they do have here, 0.033 of loss of use. And I believe that that's the wetlands, the marshlands that are behind there. So they do have, they're saying that the usable property is 0.276. I don't know if there, I don't know if any of the changes of that on the card would be substantial or not. I mean, he does have the 5% already taken off for the marshlands. I guess I'm looking for thoughts on that here. And again, I'm referencing page 6 and what the surveyor provided.
So when we take the 5% off for the marshlands, is that the same for everybody, or somebody in his situation where they have not only marshlands but they have restricted use based on the state? Because he's in the tidal flood, isn't he? Yes, he is. Then does that get a different deduction? And if it doesn't, then I would say that it probably should, because now you're even more restricted than you were before.
So you're saying that the state has different rules versus the town?
I thought I saw in here something about the state title.
Yeah, it says, yep, it says it on 6. It says on page 6, I've completed the survey and unfortunately a portion of the property lies within the area designated as state title wetlands below elevation 4.7.
Okay, so you're
Excluded.
certainly not going to ever get to do anything with that. And I don't know if there's setback, like I don't know the rules about the state. So there might be issues with setbacks. I have no idea. So unfortunately, it was a good way to start that sentence, because I doubt dealing with the state would be an easy process.
This is Kathy with a 10-minute time check.
Thank you.
So I guess my question was, is that 0.95, does that take into account the state tidal wetlands or tidal marsh, whatever you want to call it?
I would say so, since it says marsh in the notes.
But they all say that, and they don't always have the state issue to deal with.
Okay.
Ross.
This is Ross.
can
It
you
probably
answer that
does
for us?
not, because I don't see that this map was ever recorded.
Okay.
So we were never made aware of that.
So if he records the map, would it make a difference in the value?
Yeah, we would correct the acreage,
Okay.
and then, we could review the impact of that.
Okay.
But it would be up to the appellant to record it and do that, correct, Ross?
We could tell them to do it.
We could. And I have no problem going back to the appellant on this one and suggesting that he files the map.
I don't think that's a very, what is the difference? I mean, that's a very small.
$2,700 is between what they're asking for and what they're appraised at. Or
No, but if I
assessed at.
correct the acreage to 13,459, it's not going to equate to very much in value. It takes it down to 565,900.
Which is actually more than what they're looking for at this point.
Lower.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's,
Yeah.
let's,
Is it correct though? Do we trust that he has the right numbers? That's.
it's on the map, isn't
I
it?
can't read that survey map.
So why don't we have him bring the map to the assessor's office and they can look at it there and decide whether or not, decide what the actual value would be.
All right. This is Kathleen. So we're really just looking at a card correction. That's what this is about, right? We just don't have enough information to do a card correction. He doesn't have any other appeal here other than the card correction.
Well, other than he would like to have the land and the property change values or not.
Right. I mean, that's really not what we,
Mhm.
kind of what we don't really do that.
We do it all the time. If filing that map would change the value, then the assessor can work on him with that. But
Yeah,
what
no,
about,
I wasn't saying that. I said he wants more value in his house and less value in his land, so he meets the 49%. But I mean, we tend not to do that kind of juggling, within the card to keep them the same, but just move it around, right? We're looking at total value of the property. And in this case, and we look at card corrections. So I think we could do a card correction, but I don't know that we should be swapping, giving him less value on his land and more value on his house. Like, we could go down a slippery slope if that's what we started doing.
well, we could,
Guys, still fix his property to the correct acreage and give him a card correction for the acreage, right? So we can, you could take no action and we'll bring it back once, if he decides to go ahead with his card correction, but he has to produce those documents. It's not like, he can show us a picture of the generator and then we take there's no generators, we take the generator off, or we look at the Zoom, we know they don't have a pool, so we take the pool off. In this case, he's got to bring his maps in, and then we can approve the reduced value to lower than what he's asking for, I guess, if the land is, if he's got a good enough map.
So, right, I think that's the best tact here is that he bring that into the assessor's office and then we, can bring this back up for a vote at that time. So, John, you want to withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw it. And I will follow up with the appellant. There's a phone number on the application and I'll ask them to bring the map and any other supporting material for a card correction to Ross's office.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are you John?
Am I done? Those are my two red ones. Kathleen, Judy hasn't joined us, has she?
No, she hasn't. So, John, you have 5 left in east of North Benson, or if Peter or Onique want to start University, I think they're next. My ready to do Lake Hills, I probably could do 1 or 2 in Lake Hills, but I've also done some tonight already, so.
I can do at least 2 from North Benson, east of North Benson.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get that neighborhood. We're almost done in that neighborhood.
We're almost done.
And
So,
Catherine's back in case anybody else wants a break. I think I can roll through. So
okay.
no, nobody's gonna take a break. Oh wow, you guys are.
Ronique, do you want it? Ronique, do you want a break?
Yeah, give me like 10 minutes.
Yeah, take as long as you want, because I may go off at 8 or something. I'm not sure. So.
Okay, yeah, I'll be back in
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so Catherine is back and Ronique is leaving, right?
That
Yeah.
is correct.
Okay.
Okay. So next up will be appeal number 246. The property address is at 541 Judd Street. The owner and appellant is Deidre Campbell. The town has an appraised value of $454,500, and I would like to make a motion to grant the appellant's requested value of $420,000.
Is there a second? I'll second it.
Thank you.
Peter seconds.
Okay. So you can see the reason, one of the reasons for the appeal is due to COVID. Housing in Connecticut has increased 15% artificially inflated. So this appeal, she felt, was on land value. Everybody went up 22%. However, in one of her comps, the Round Hill address that she provided went down. With that, the house is on Judd. In her, let me just pull it up here. So on page 8 is where she has some of her comps. I don't know how many of these sold or not. Within there, did I ask that question? 425 Judd is the best comp sale that she said. So 508 and 528 Judd are across the street. They went up 62%. How could that be? The houses on Judd, all these houses on Judd that she has, she stated that the homes have more land but are assessed for less. 35 Reed Street is more comparable but has less of an assessment than hers. Reed is on a back, or 46 Reed is on a back lot, as you can see that it states in the notes here that she's provided. That's on page 9. 425 Judd. Okay. She has raised analysis here. So again, on page 9, she took raised ranches that were sold in the time period. I'm not sure, at least with Churchill, if that's comparable, because I don't know if it's in the same neighborhood. I don't think so, since it's on the other side of Stratfield. From Judd, I think they're two different neighborhoods. She said that the comps have hardwood floors, but 451 Judd, which is hers, doesn't. She's on the corner of Judd and Reed, where there's lots of traffic accidents. There's been no improvements since 2002. People use the street to bypass Black Rock Turnpike. And she also questions the Reed Street side dimensions on the card. She talks about, how several years ago a police cruiser landed fully in her front yard, taking down the 6 trees. We talked about that or the mature trees or hedges. We talked about that for a while. So, with that.
So John, this is Kathleen. So you think her best comp was the 425 Judd? That's what she told you?
That's what she told me. The best sales comp was the 425 Judd Street. It is a raised ranch. Okay. It came in appraised at, she says here, at 444,300. versus hers, which was 454, 10,000 less. She says it's the same house. The land is 280 square feet more. I mean, she definitely, I believe correctly has a point that the land went up 22%, because I believe that the east of North Benson, all the land went up 22% for that neighborhood zone. Is that correct to say?
Kathleen, I mean, if you don't have condition factors on your property, probably, but the comp sold for 369 in
Okay.
February of 2020. If
Okay.
that's a true comp for her, then, you know, she is overvalued. If that's a real comp at 369, unless the house, it says poor condition somewhere, PTO, I don't know. Depreciation is 4. It's a 1961 ranch, looks like a raised ranch with 1,220 square feet. I'll have to go back to her card and see.
Yeah, I'll look at the card and we can compare.
Yeah, Paula, can you call up that listing? Are there pictures of the 425 Judd?
Take a look.
So this one here has a depreciation code of 3. Has 3 bedrooms, 2 full and 1 half bath, 6 rooms. Everything looks to be average. And as I said, depreciation code is 3. Year built is 1984. As far as the property goes, the land value, there is no condition taken off for any type of traffic or anything like that. It looks like the last permit pulled was back in 2000 to repair the deck. Looks like it says that there might be a walkout basement with this.
If it's a raised ranch, it has a walkout basement.
Okay.
Right. This is Kathleen, and you know, the town has the 425 Judd at 444. That's what it's appraised at, 444, 300, but it sold for 369. Yep. So I'm just trying to figure out, was it in really bad shape and that's why it sold so low, or, you know, we're just not.
This is Russ. Look, the pictures are online.
Okay.
Of 425 Judd.
It was a short sale.
That's why it was so low. Okay.
In January, it's a short sale. Yep, that's why. But let's see. There's probably a few raised ranches that sold.
I'm trying to. Okay, that site's not letting me see pictures.
Style. Okay, here we go. Let's see. What does she want hers to be?
She's asking for 420.
Okay, and she doesn't have hardwood floors. Let's look at this one.
This is Kathleen. She's on the corner of Reed and Judd, right? It's a busy street there. Yeah. I mean, I think she has a case. I'm just, you know, the comp was so low as make me think what else is going on, but that's probably because it was a short sale. Yep. If it wasn't a short sale, would have gone in the low 4s, you know, as opposed to 450. It is a little smaller, same size lot.
And she's asking for 420. She's not asking for the 369.
Yeah. I'm just going to look on Judd and see where the 425 is. Yeah, it's not all the way to Katona. So it's not like it's all the way up at Black Rock Turnpike, not that end of Judd.
It's near Catona.
Yeah, the two properties are not that far, 541, right?
Where's Catona? Does she have it on here? Because 561 Catona sold for 430 in
That is
1020. It's a raised ranch.
or yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
I think, I mean, I'm comfortable voting on this one.
And that has hardwood floors there. It looks pretty nice inside, the one on Catona. I'm ready to vote. I'm good.
And the
There you
field
go,
card doesn't have
gentlemen.
any pictures on it, right? The field card was blank.
Let's
Which
see.
one?
Oh, no, that one does have it. One of the cards didn't show it. Maybe the online card? No, someplace I didn't see a picture. Anyway, I'm good.
Okay. So, for appeal number 246, to reduce the value to $420,000. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, I'm seeing,
Catherine? Okay, thank you.
all right, seeing 5 in favor. That's unanimous, right? Yeah, that's correct. All right, the motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. The last one that I'd like to present tonight, at least for the east of North Benson neighborhood, because I could go on all night with other ones, is Ronique, are you back? I feel like he's a mime. He's going to start doing, you know.
No.
No.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. All right,
No.
just in time for me to start the next one.
Oh, good.
You guys have great timing of when you come back and when you leave. I mean, it's good. Okay, for 233, appeal number 233. This is at 355 Seguin Drive. The appellants are Michael and Janine Peschwitz. The town has a value of $458,000. The requested value that I'd like to make a motion we grant is $433,000.
This is Ronique. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Okay, so on this one here, as you'll see on page 1, the reason for appeal, they feel that they were overassessed based on data and the faulty process. And they feel that there was an anomaly with a sale after October 1st, 2020. So in the attachments that they have here, everybody okay?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Paulette,
Well, I'm fine.
you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
That might be Catherine. I don't know.
No, it was Kathy. I'm sorry. I choked
Oh,
on my
Kathy,
water.
are you okay?
Okay.
Yes, I'm okay.
No.
All right.
Thank
This
you.
one- We can't lose you. So, all right. So on page 3, they talk about their petition. On this, they have 4 comps that they have provided that were sold in the range for this. All are bigger, but were assessed for less. They feel that the sale at 48 Marsh Road was that they provided as a comp was an anomaly and should not be part of the model since it was sold on October 2nd of 2020. They feel that the model used was flawed for their property and their value was an outlier. They did note that the trend of sales is going up with respect and attributed it as COVID sales. They did do an update to their bathroom since the last evaluation. It was remodeled. They didn't make any structural changes or anything like that to the bathroom. With that, I just make sure that because they did add some stuff here. So as far as the what they gave for comps, it's on page 10. You'll see the 4 comps that they provided. Ironically, 425 Judd Street appears in this here as a raised ranch. Actually, all these are raised ranches because their house is a raised ranch. I think we have to maybe exclude that one from that because it was a short sale, as we said. But you have one at Pansy, you have one at Mayflower, and then they did provide the 110-2 at 540,000. That was a raised ranch that they say they felt would have affected the model and their price on that. And Ross, this was the this was where they attached the audio file or sent in the audio file afterwards. And what was on that audio file was your presentation talking about the model, or maybe it was Mike Fazio who was talking about the model, how it's a standardized model used throughout the world and the U.S. and other towns.
Yeah, this is Ross. It's not a standardized model, but the methodology is widely used.
Yep. I'm sorry. Yeah, methodology. So so overall, they say that the house is bigger, or the comps are bigger, but were assessed for less or appraised for less. Prices are going up because of COVID. They felt the model was flawed for their property, and that they were an outlier on this. So, okay. I'm just looking at the comps here that they have.
John, this is Veronique. I don't know why we wouldn't use 48 Marsh Drive. I mean, even though it was sold 10-1. That's the date that we're looking for market value. For all these revals, it's the closest, and so that's why I just don't see her logic. Yeah, maybe because of COVID spikes, but all of the appraisals we're working on the 10-1 date.
I think because that doesn't look good for their numbers, right? With that, because they're asking for 440 or 433, and something that high, at that point, that's what, over 100,000.
Yeah, that's probably why they didn't bring it up. But the acreage is similar. I mean, 48 Marsh is at 0.22. There's a 0.215, and the square footage, like 48 Marsh is slightly bigger. But I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to use 48 Marsh.
Unless it is,
unless she's trying to not do it because it would change the value of the house, which would make more of a compelling argument of why we have it appraised right. But
yeah, which is a fair point. I don't know, Paulette, if you could take a look at 48 Marsh and the inside, if would be much superior.
This is Kathleen. I did look. It is nice shape on the inside. I don't know about the subject properties. I know Marsh is very close. It's right around the corner from their house on Sigwin. They're both kind of walk to Holland Hill. Sigwin is, I think it's a dead end at that point, so it's not a busy street. I'm not as familiar with the Mayflower or the Pansy ones to know whether those are, comparable neighborhoods where you can walk to school and all of that. But the Marsh Drive is, right around the corner. So did they say the condition of their home was that, not good?
No, they just said that they only updated the bathroom since the reval, and it was just a remodel. They didn't make any structural changes or anything like that. And I
This
believe,
is definitely a better location than the one that we just had on Judd that's on that busy corner.
Mhm.
This is
Ross, you have something to add?
Yeah, just, they do have a $20,000 kitchen remodel, reload window and sliding door permit from July of 2016.
okay. They didn't mention that. All they mentioned was the bathroom.
Yeah, that bathroom was in
Putting in the door
2018.
isn't a big deal.
They removed the wall. They
That's not going to affect the market value that much. A new kitchen, yes, but just putting in new doors in a kitchen is not going to raise their market value.
This is Kathleen. It says in the notes, 2016, remodel the kitchen and remove the wall.
That's different.
You must have opened it up.
Why would there be no permits for that? I always like to see what the permits cost.
This is Kathleen. No, it is a $20,000 remodel permit. It's the same date as the note. I'm assuming it's the same one, but the notes are just, the permit comment is smaller than what it says in the notes. The note says
Gotcha.
remodel
Gotcha.
kitchen and remove the
Yep.
wall. Yeah, CO 92616. So I'm guessing it's all the same.
It's 20,000, so they got something in the kitchen for 20,000 and the wall out. But yeah, I mean, they've put maybe $40,000 worth of permits in for the last couple of years.
I'm just looking at Mayflower right now. The one on Mayflower is actually on a cul-de-sac off of Robin Lane.
Not too far away then.
Kathy, I feel like I'm waiting for you to say the 10-minute warning here. I feel like I've gone more than 10, but
Yeah, it's just at 10.
okay. Let me just double check on one more of the comps here. So the 425, we say that was the short sale that we had. And then the 287 Pansy, did anybody take a look at that one?
Now the Mayflower is has been updated inside, at least looking at the realtor.com. I don't know what the sale date on the Mayflower one was. It pre-COVID or
June.
Go ahead.
June of 20 for Mayflower. Pansy was also in June of 20. And they're at high fours. I mean,
yeah. And the Marsh Drive is the high fours. And the Judd we kind of need to throw out, like we said, because it's a short sale. It was a short sale.
and we just reduced the last Judd to 420.
430 something. Is it? 420.
433.
Yeah.
433.
Yeah, the one on Pansy looks newer or like renovated, at least from the outside. And that's
I
by
don't know, it has a
Brookside.
new kitchen and the wall's been removed. That's sort of I don't know. I'm having a hard time going there, especially with the 10-2 sale at 540 to take them down 100,000 less than that sale. That's 540 and they want to go to 433.
Correct.
Yeah, it's, around the corner.
Good to think that kitchen remodel was, but it only cost $20,000.
Well,
Good. I don't know how much get done with $20,000. Certainly not much.
This is Kathleen. I mean, people, well, whatever. You pull permits for certain things, and then there's other costs in doing your kitchen that, you might not pull permits for. So I wouldn't say if they showed you the receipts that they only did a $20,000 kitchen, that might be, I don't know. I'm just, whatever.
I think
I'm
we
just
have to
saying
give
people
them the
don't always
benefit
pull
of the
permits
doubt, though.
for the amount of work for the amount of money that they spend. Right.
Well, do we need to continue deliberating, or are we ready for a vote?
I'm ready to vote.
I can
Okay.
vote.
All right, so for appeal number 233, to reduce the value to $433,000. All those in favor, raise your hand. Seeing one, all those opposed, raise your hand. I've seen 5. The motion fails. Kathy, will you read the or call the vote, please?
Okay, for appeal number 233 to reduce the appraised value to $433,000, the appeal is denied. The vote was 1 in favor and 5 opposed, with Ronique, Kathleen, Catherine, John, and Peter opposing.
Okay. That's all I have ready to present for East and North Benson for tonight. I
This
do
is
have
Paulette. Take a break.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
no,
I'd
that's
like
fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I do have Mill Hills to go through, but I don't know if we're there yet, or if somebody else would like to present.
I've got some interesting properties that are not single families. So you go, Kathleen, wherever you want to move to, but I've
So
got,
this is Kathleen. Yeah. So I just wanted to say I can do a couple Lake Hills if we want. We don't have Ross tomorrow night if we are going to meet. I don't know, is Kathy available tomorrow night?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, but Ross will not be
I
available
guess I
tomorrow night.
have to do it from home, though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying if you have, Catherine, are you talking about some unique properties that you'd like to do?
yep, I've got some farms and some mega properties. I've got,
How about you do the equestrian property? You ready to do that one?
I am, but I
Not
could do
on
the
a
farm
list.
too. So
Or Peter can do some university if he wants.
Nope.
I want to wait a little bit on the Mill Hill just because I want to try to knock off, maybe tomorrow night or Monday, but yeah.
Okay. Catherine, if you are ready, then go ahead. If not, I'm ready.
And I really think these farm things are going to go because it's not even a number that we have to get to. So I think it's just a procedure. I'm going to call up, or everybody, please call up Appeal 527.
This is Kathleen. These were on the list for this morning, but we canceled our meeting for this morning, so they wouldn't be on your nighttime list. So you have to go to the master to find them.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. We intended to do them this morning, so I'm sure you're ready.
So interesting. So 527, I'll make the motion. This is for address 3808 Reading Road. William and Pamela Gwynn. It was William Gwynn who came in to present. So he doesn't have, what he's requesting is to be reviewed for farm classification. And the town has the property valued at $1,569,400. So I'd like to make a motion for the assessor to process or meet with this gentleman and determine if it meets the state's requirements for a farm classification. Is that an appropriate motion to be made? And do I have a second?
This is Kathleen. I'll second it.
Okay, you'll second it. So, Prue, 2-minute warning because it was fun. So this is a large property.
Kathy.
It's 2-minute warning, Kathy, please. It's 15 acres in Fairfield, 2 acres in Easton. It's called Reverie Farm. This gentleman is, he was a delight. He bought this. It's a home. It is, it's a farmhouse. I bought it in 2018 for $1.6 million, very close to the town's value. And what he wants to do is he has already planted all these cider apples because he's going to be making some hard cider. And it does take a few years to get in. And, you know, he started telling me about it's a state regulation. So he has to present this paperwork. He has to get incorporated. The state is the one who has this formula type thing. And everything takes time. And you may not always show a profit. So you can't say, is the farm a business? But his plan is to take over about 2 acres to plant his orchard. And he showed all the invoices for all the trees that he had. And then he needs about 4 acres, mostly for bees, to keep so that's going to be his use of the property. And once you got past the requirements for the state, you could just hear the passion in his voice. I'm like, can you tell me, like, what are you going to farm? And he just went, just a passion. It was so nice to see that in Fairfield, you know, just having a guy come in. And the primary objective, he says, when you apply for this classification, is that you won't be able to subdivide. You'd have to go through another process to be able to do that. So you do that only seriously. You wouldn't want to, you know, put that on 15 acres and then not have it work. So he just wants, it can't be defined by income or as a business because he won't have income for a while. And that was basically it. Oh, and I knew I had made these notes. It is a 4,300 square foot, 3-bedroom farmhouse. If you look at pictures, there's just farm equipment all over the place. And the value is in the land. The land, because it's such acreage, is assessed at over, town appraised at over $1 million. I can't believe I got all that in 2 minutes. So can we vote to make that recommendation that the assessor review it for farm classification? Oh, there's Ross. I knew he'd come back.
No, I've been here all along. You can't, you've got to make a decision. You know, I mean, you have to.
Oh, so
I can't reduce it. You have to.
I have to make them, not a number though. I just have to, what do we have to do? Pass a motion?
Oh, I can, if you decide how much he should get, I can put that on the property and give you a number.
Well, I guess the question is, Catherine, right? The question is, how do you make this a farm designation, right? Isn't that the question?
That's definitely the question.
Right. And this is Kathleen. I think he hasn't met the criteria, otherwise he would have done that, right?
Well, he submitted papers kind of late, and then he said, I think he has to come through us to get it as part of last year's town list.
Did he indicate that he applied this year?
Yes, he said he spoke to you, and there's, I believe, quite some papers in the file, but he definitely filed things with the state in 2019, and he told me, my notes say that he was told he had to go through the BAA when he submitted the papers to you in September of 2020. That you told him, or somebody told him, that he had to come through the BAA.
And this is Kathleen. It says in his letter that
if you could at least, yeah, this is Ross. I would appreciate if you could table this because I have a file,
Sure.
but I don't have the current file.
Okay.
I mean, I have it from the prior owner.
He has a letter right in the appeal file. And I will make a motion to table.
But I don't see the farm application.
This is Kathleen. If you're gonna table it, it means it's coming back tonight. So if you either want to withdraw it
So I'll
or take
withdraw
your
it?
action.
I'll withdraw the appeal. The
Yeah, unless we're gonna address it tonight. I don't know, but.
Doesn't sound
Okay.
like we're going to address it tonight, so.
I honestly don't recall this, and I remember my farms.
His name is Rusty. He's a Texan. Not sounded familiar? He stands out in my mind. In a good way. All right. So,
He indicates, I'm sorry, this is Russ. He indicates that he submitted it, but on September 2nd, so but again, I'm not seeing it. So I'd like a little time to see if I could dig that out.
absolutely. So I will withdraw it. Okay. I'll go on for one more. I thought I'd get a check on that one. It was at least interesting, right? Okay, so appeal 162 and 163. This ended up being a 162 and 163. Okay. These appeals are number 361 Cross Highway and 373 Cross Highway. The owner is Muddy Puddle 3, the third. And the appellant is an officer of Muddy Puddle, Chris Taylor. And why don't we take appeal just 162? The town has the vacant land appraised at 279.2. The appellant is requesting a fair market value of $35,000, and I'd like to make a motion to make that request. Do I have a second?
Renique seconds.
So everything I tell you here will apply to the other land, but the piece of property is a little under 2 acres, and it already has a condition code of 0.55. Throughout the discussions, conservation has said, there's nothing documented, but that it would be too wet an area to support a septic system. But it is documented that it has the wetlands. The town has given some for that. Now, Mr. Taylor bought and purchased this property in July of 2020 for $32,000. And the background to him is that there are all these plots of land up there that were bought by a certain family a couple of decades ago. And they just called it the swampland. And they always wondered if it could be developed. And now the heirs are divesting of these properties. So they were owned for a really long time and were never developed. And he is partnering with Ponderosa and he's also going to farm it. So I won't ask for the farm classification or anything. What I'm asking for is a requested value close to his purchase price. He paid 32 and he's going to bring it down to 35 on the request. But the wetlands, he's going to do some aquaponics. And they're actually going to try to put together a fish farm for tilapia, salmon, and trout. And another one was very passionate about this endeavor of his. So does anyone need any more information on bringing the value down to his purchase price?
So this is Kathleen. Is it a farm request? Is he requesting farm classification?
Make it a farm? Because you wonder, like, well, why would he even buy it for $35,000? So we don't have to go through that yet. He's bought a few of these properties, so he's working on it. He doesn't have his paperwork in for the farm.
So we would be approving the value of the land. Okay, so Rob, yeah.
So when you say, why would he even buy the land? I mean, my first question was, well, why did you buy it at all if you can't build on it? And then he went into that he's going to make a farm. But he did not state that he had put all that paperwork together yet.
Right.
He's working.
So this is not a request for reclassification, because we get those, like we have some that are nonprofits, right? Or they want to go have a nonprofit status. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is about reducing it to his purchase price, but John and Ross both have some questions.
I'll
Not as
defer to
straightforward as I
Ross
thought.
first.
Yeah, now, I have both, he did apply for a farm classification. So I assume that this was a classification appeal.
Well, it can be, but he has a requested value of his purchase price. I'll take guidance on how to, get these appeals.
What was the appeal number again? I'm sorry?
162. It'll also be 163. And just as note, he's not appealing, but he also bought 377, and the town has valued that property at $10,000. And he purchased that one in May for $5,000, but he is not appealing that one.
So
I
Catherine,
don't know why that one was already reduced to 10,000. The one that we're discussing right now, he's asking for a value of 35,000, and that will be the same for his other appeal.
So Catherine, and maybe Ross, I need help here. So I'm looking at page 2 of the file, which is the front of the field card here. Under
Yes.
utilities, it says public water and septic. Does that mean that there is septic on there, or just that it's
No, that would be, you
available?
wouldn't have, that just means no public sewage.
Okay. And then
But there is public water available.
Okay. And then my other question is that all this time, since it was sold in July of 2020, so what looks like it would be between October of 97 and 2020, they've been paying the assessed value with the appraised value of the town. I'm just trying to, I guess what I'm having a hard time with is that, all this time for the past years, they've been paying, on an appraised value, probably somewhere around 200,000 and up. With the discount, I don't know when the discount was applied at 55, and then all of a sudden they want to drop it down to be a fraction of what it was at all this time, and that's where I'm struggling with.
Well, someone passed away, and he is probably he's a related heir, probably in there somewhere too. But he did say the O'Hara family, these plots were owned by O'Hara, and the heirs are divesting of the properties.
Yeah, because I do see that it was an unqualified sale for 32,000. I don't know. I mean, again, that's where I mean, I get that, the heirs are dividing it up, and maybe they just wanted to get rid of it and off their hands and be done with it. But it just is, for me, I mean, it's like he wants to go down over 80% almost, I think.
He doesn't have an appraisal either, right? This is Kathleen. He doesn't show any comps.
He has the purchase for it. That's it.
Right. But as a family purchase, probably, it sounds like.
They do have
Right,
it as
the
unqualified.
estate. Yeah, it's unqualified.
The land was valued in 2019 for 338,600.
Right. It was a lot higher than it is now.
And
So
look,
Rob,
if-
do you have any
if
information
can't
on
build
this?
on it. Ross?
I'm a little speechless. I thought this was going to be a farm appeal, and I'm surprised that that's not what they're asking for here.
Then do you want me to withdraw these two? I thought I would get some wins, but, we
Yeah,
were supposed to
hold
do
on
these
one
this
sec.
morning,
Just
Ross.
give me a,
Well,
let me
this is
just
probably-
take a look at something else here.
I mean, if he's not looking for farm classification, then, I think we need to treat it like a regular vacant land appeal, which is the box that I guess we don't have farm on the property type on the form, but he checked the
Well,
vacant.
And 377 Cross Highway is owned by the same owner, and that is valued at $10,000, and he purchased that one in $5,000. I'm sorry, the town has it appraised at $9,500.
Which lot is that?
Number 377 Cross Highway.
And that's 163 that's being appealed, or no?
That's the appeal number.
360.
So he owns now 361, 373, and 377 Cross Highway. One of the lots, and he paid $5,000 or $35,000, to put these all together. And one of the lots, the town already has valued at $10,000. I'm sorry, at $9,500. He purchased one in May. He purchased one in July. And I think one he might have inherited as part of this.
So the appeal number 163, which is just plain muddy puddle, looks like there's been unqualified sales. So maybe that's the one he inherited. I don't know. But
Yes.
it is part of the O'Hara, and that's appraised at 217.3 at this point.
And then you can call up 377 Cross Highway.
This is Ross. If you look at the area, you can see what he purchased. He purchased 361, which is here on the left, and then 370 and 373 here on the right. And you can see there's a bit of activity on 373. And then I think this house, 365, was owned by one of the family members.
Oh, and 365, that house, that just sold this month.
This is Kathleen, so I'm a little confused why 377, which he's not appealing, is valued so much lower than the other lots.
And that's why he's not appealing it. Part of
Right.
it is there's also a different neighborhood code. I think one is Upper Greenfield Hill and the other is just Greenfield Hill.
157 with a 0.75 condition factor on it.
They all have condition factors on them.
Yeah, so what is going on?
Maybe he didn't even bring up 37 because that was already valued at 9,500. So,
I know, I wouldn't either. Yeah,
well, and he just bought that one.
right. But
So he was very honest, and he got stuck in traffic. So he actually phoned in. I phoned him so that we could still get it done. And he was quite honest. And, he's like, he's all related, but that's his plan for it. And he said, I'm just asking for what I paid for it. And these are not buildable lots. I think they probably would have been built before now.
But were they ever listed for sale? Like, were these, I don't know, the Paulette's back or not, but were these, on the MLS as, do we know that that's a market value price?
He said the family back in the day just bought up some swampland thinking they could do something with it. And nobody ever did. And nobody, builders will go. I mean, Denise Walsh is the one who listed it. I mean, he mentioned Denise. Well, he just mentioned, that there were builders around and that conservation told them that it could never hold a septic.
If you put them together, can you put the three together? I don't know. Anyway.
Is it? I'm trying to look at that structure that's on there that Ross is showing. Any idea
Yeah,
what that?
It just looks like
365 sold
something
for
a walk-up.
875.
I know.
But there's a structure on that one.
Are you talking about this right here?
Yeah.
That looks like a bridge.
Oh, okay. I need to find out when my next eye appointment is, because it looks like it could have been like a ranch or a stable or something like that. But
That's
that
my
would
next one. I don't think I'll talk about because I thought these were going to be easy, and I know everybody's got a lot to.
So that would definitely give credence to the swamp, or the, that if they built a bridge there, that, not being able to put something on there. That's definitely not it.
That's not. So I will withdraw if this was not presented in the right way.
Paulette, were you going to say
Whoa,
something?
look at that.
No, I'm just going to say that, if it's unbuildable and you can't put a septic on it, it really doesn't have any market value. It'll have value to somebody who wants it for a certain purpose, similar to the lot on Riverside that really has no value except to the guy who lives next door, and the town sold for $26,000. So let's look at that and say, okay, well, here we have a similar situation. It's going to be valuable to this guy because maybe he owns, contiguous properties, but no one's going to buy that and do nothing with it unless you own something else over there. So I don't think that asking for $35,000 value on a piece of land that's worth not really nothing to anybody except for him. If we follow that last sale and go with the town's sale price, then this makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I'm familiar. I'm familiar with these owners too. I mean, they have a pretty successful, they have some sort of stone business. They would have built on it if they could by now, or started to.
Yeah.
And so I agree. I mean, they definitely are doing quite the job with their house in my neighborhood. So, and it's not cheap. So they definitely have the money to build. And if they could, they probably would have started already.
This is Kathleen. I'm
This
just
is
trying to
Ross.
figure out why is it the use code? Like, why is the price so different between those lots? The neighborhood code shouldn't be driving all of that. One is 1300, one is 1310. So the very low one has a use code of 1300. The 361 Cross Highway has a use code of 1310. They do have different neighborhood codes, and that's not helping, but they also have different condition factors on them. One neighborhood's 55, the other neighborhood's 75, right? Is it 75? Going blind.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Kathleen, but I don't know. I mean, he didn't even bring that up. I brought that up, and I said, oh, well, this is what, I was trying to present information to make our decision easier.
Right.
If we're not ready to make a decision, or we can't, then throw it back at me. But I feel like we're just going down a lot of rabbit holes.
Right.
And
so
if the town's already done it on one lot, I mean, how can you deny the owner of the two contiguous lots, the same owner, the same treatment? He sees one being valued at 10,000 and the others being valued at 280, and he's appealing for the purchase price of 35,000.
Right. So this is Kathleen. So something's driving that. It's probably the use code, because the unit price is extremely different between the two. So let's either one of them's, if they're exactly the same and they should be the same, then let's let them, let's make them match. Let's not just put an override on it and reduce it, right? One of them is a use code of 1300. I think we can figure it out. At least what the difference between 1310 and 1300 is huge.
What is this use code thing? I don't even know what that is.
But I also think that Mr. Ross can do that.
Yeah, we can figure it out later. But that appears to be what's driving it, in addition to the neighborhood code. That's going to affect it a little bit, but it's primarily that use code, because it changes the unit price from 5.78 down to 0.18.
Yep.
Hey, Kathleen.
Yeah.
I do notice on the card for 373, which I think is appeal number 163, that they did come before the board last year and there was no change. Do you recall this at all?
I don't, that's probably the one card I don't have up. Was it what'd you say, it was 371 Cross Highway?
373. So it would have been, I mean, it would have been the same appellant for this one.
I think it was probably about whether it was a buildable lot or not, and that's probably why we didn't change it. If I don't know what they would have asked for, but if that was a discussion we had, I'd have to look back through.
And on that one, just to let you know, there are two rows, but again, and it's the 2 acre rule, the 2 acre plus rule. But what's
Right.
interesting is that on this one here, the 2 acres have one condition rate, and then the remaining has a different condition rate with different notes.
Mm-hmm.
But also says in the notes, undevelopable.
Mm-hmm. Or is it undevelopable or is it undeveloped access?
Well,
With
it would
the-
say vacant land, which it does up above. I think that
Mhm.
note means undevelopable.
Hey, Ross, do you explain the difference between those two use codes, and then we can decide whether we want to do something about it, or we're going to just take no action and we'll do more homework?
Or are we ready to vote
Yeah,
on?
first off,
Does anybody need more information to vote on the amount to purchase price? And then don't surprise me with a.
I mean, I do, just because it was a family transfer and it's unqualified sale. I don't think it was in the MLS. So I hesitate to rely on a family value, unless they had an estate with an appraisal from the estate or, any of that stuff. Because we know family transfers, doesn't always reflect market value. So unless we can determine why that other lot is market value or this one isn't, but they're very different, and the other people continue to pay taxes on the other lot. They weren't coming in for that. So no.
So Russ, can you shed any light on that for us?
on the use code,
Yeah, that was my primary
code-
question. I'm going to be able to
Okay.
figure it out from there, I think.
use code does not drive value. Okay, has no effect on value. It is simply a way to describe how the property is being used.
Okay, well then the numbers are
So
5.78 on one and 0.18 on the other, in that other column.
I got it. I think I don't know for sure, but it looks like 377 has been reduced to that level for a very long time. It's my only guess would be that somebody appealed that in the past, because I think these might have been owned by different family members.
Maureen O'Hara.
Maybe not. Yeah, this was Sarah.
Well, this is Brian. Oh, it's 373. They may have been.
377 was owned by Sarah Walsh O'Hara. Yeah, and 361, for instance, was owned by Maureen O'Hara. So different family members had taken different parcels over the years. So I think my suspicion is that she came in on 377 and that got lowered, back whenever, and the other two never did.
There's an override that didn't fall off.
It's not an override like we normally do, but the site value has been it is an override in a sense, but the way we normally do an override is different. I'd have to show you in the system so you can see the differences. But suffice it to say that it is a form of an override, but it's more permanent. It doesn't get removed.
We like those, but anyway, okay. So yeah, I see it in that unit price, the 0.18 versus the 5.78. That's got to be into the
Right.
math. If that's not being driven by the use code, whatever drives that unit price there. Okay.
Right. It's overridden like you would see a secondary landline with a different unit value. You see those, it's overridden through the site index, not through an override where you just enter a value.
Oh, the site index is 0. Maybe that's the other thing that's different.
Well, that's override.
Yeah, I see site index of 5. Okay.
The other way I'm looking at this is if they go to do anything on the property, it then will be revalued. But no, that's not true, Ross?
No, well, it is true, but what they're looking to do is have cattle. They applied for a farm application this year, and they're looking to have a cattle farm.
A cow buffalo farm.
But I thought you said they were talking about like a
Beefalo.
fish farm.
That too, but he did mention, I didn't know about the cattle coming. He also mentioned that they wanted to eventually get into making beefalo, which I had to ask what a beefalo was, and it is a mix of cow and buffalo.
Buffalo and a cow.
So
I'm sure it's delicious.
you might get a beefalo burger sometime soon. And then you can go to Reading Road and get your hard cider.
Apples.
And it's pretty good. I'm liking it. So still brings us down, and I really apologize. I did not think this was, I thought it would be a nice, interesting diversion, conversational, and we were going to make arrangements to have a farm to table dinner. Yes, Ross.
So this is Ross. So what I'll add to this is I denied him this year because I didn't see the farm activity being really started, and I'd like to see that the business is active and you're actually operating as a business, because it's very hard to remove a farm once it's granted. So I'm usually generally conservative on issuing the farm classification. I suspect if they follow through with what they've proposed, that down the road this will become a farm, and the acreage value will be $800 to $2,500 an acre. So if you reduce it down to 40, 50,000, whatever they were asking for, the farm classification will probably kick in down the road also.
We're asking for $35,000 for each of the other lots, plus the $9,500 will bring them to a value of approximately $80,000. Thank you, Ross. I think that does Ross's input have any?
Look, this is Kathleen. So I mean, it does to me, because I guess if they really do what they say they're going to do, which is start the farm and come in next year and they meet the farm classification, their values are going to go way down, and we don't have to decide how much that lot is really worth. Is it a buildable lot or not? Can they put septic on it? They could potentially turn around if it is buildable and do something, because we don't know for sure. They were told they didn't think they could get septic in there, but we don't know that. There is a house nearby. So I wouldn't be, I'm not comfortable taking it down to the 35 unless we really knew it was a non-buildable lot. There's an override on that other one. I'm not saying we should take it off the 9,500, but I would like to encourage them to make it a farm, and then, then they'll pay the taxes for 1 year. And maybe they're getting a break on the other lot too. I don't know, because it's so low, but.
I mean,
That's where I'm at.
Ross. You can see the amount of wetlands on this property.
I think
This is 373, 361.
I will say for myself, I'm not going to hold a property owner to that high a standard to classify it as a buildable lot.
Which one is the wet one? The one that has the 0 site index, the one that's $9,000. That's super wet?
I believe that's this is 377 up here.
Okay.
So, pretty comparably wet, maybe a little bit more than 361, but let me turn the buffer on.
Can they put a farm in when it's wet like that?
Yep.
Can they have a fish farm?
Farm
and
will this is Ross. Farm will override conservation.
Okay.
If you're a farm, you can just kind of do what you want.
This is Paulette. I agree with Catherine. I'm not going to hold them to a standard that is not fair. Why should they pay taxes for a year? We have information where they get sworn in, and it says they were told by 2 people in conservation that it is unbuildable and will not support a septic, not that it might not support a septic due to wetland and restrictions. So why are we questioning that? And why do we ask them to pay taxes for something that's not fair? Would anybody in this group pay that tax when they knew that it shouldn't be? No. So
But why didn't they
come?
Why didn't the other owners come forward and do the same thing that 377 did? I guess that's where my biggest hangup is that, the precedence of what's been being paid, and I don't think the wetlands has changed over all these years.
But they own it all those years, or did they inherit it? I don't know when they inherited it.
There's a lot of movement.
This is Ross. It was different owners
There
of
you go.
the same
So
family.
Different owners.
Related owners, but different. It's like
Different.
saying, I wouldn't say, my husband and his brother have the same financial details. But
So I don't think
look, I just feel, I feel really bad presenting. I thought these were going to be faster and not.
No, that's okay. This is Kathleen. So if we wanted to take them way down, what do we put like acreage that's wet and unbuildable down to, and do that through the do that through the landline valuation section rather than giving them an override? The other one has an override on it, but how do we bring basically unusable wetlands down? Do we put a 0.1 on it or something, or?
I think this is not adjusting for a factor that I want to stick in a residential area. I'm really confident that Ross will figure it out. And I bet he's probably going to have to reclassify this to a farm in a year or two anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right. But in the meantime, then it doesn't look like we assumed it was wet because they told us it was wet and they told us it was unbuildable. So we put a value on it that equates to that, so that if we have other properties similar to that, we can say, yes, that's what we do with wet unbuildable acreage. We bring it way down to a 0.1 condition factor or something. And that's what the land is valued at because it has some value. Because of the purchase price of 32, without support that was market value, I hesitate just to go to the 32. I agree if they say they were told it is not buildable and they're under oath and they can't support a septic, and that means they can't have a house, then we should, it's right now, it's probably looked like it's a buildable lot, right? Other than, it's just an undeveloped lot right now with a 0.55 condition factor on it. So how can we bring it down to a value that makes sense for acreage that's wet and unbuildable? We have 88,000 on that 1 acre lot down at the beach, right? That's in that backyard that we were talking about earlier tonight. That has a value of 88. They pay taxes on it. This is not going to be that high, but it's basically this is 2 acres in another zone. I don't know. If we're going to do it, I would just like to do it that way.
Did the beach lot, did that sell for 88,000?
No, it's appraised by the town at 88. That one behind Lally and Rolling that we were talking about tonight? Yeah, that's a 1 acre lot. It's marshy. It's unbuildable, I guess. Although they're dumping things in there, it sounds like. It does provide some privacy because I think the owners are on the side. But, that's valued by the town at 88,000. And it's 1 acre. I'd have to look and see what the condition factor is on that. But it's wet and unusable. And it's in a,
entirely different neighborhood, and it has different purposes and uses. I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's not a market value. That's the town's value. So this guy's got a market value. He paid 30-something thousand for it. And again, I'm going to go back to what I said before. Maybe it's not right. Maybe it is. Maybe it's an unqualified sale. But if we look at precedent, let's look at the precedent that the town set by selling a lot worth $126,000 for $26,000. So this is the same thing to me. That to me is an unqualified sale, but it's a comp if somebody else wanted to argue it. So I'm looking at them, if the town can make that work.
If this is Ross, Paula, where did you get the value of 127,000 on that lot
But you sold it for
that you just
26,000.
mentioned?
Town sold it for 26, right?
Right, but you said it was valued at 100. It was worth 126,000.
No. I thought that's what it was valued at.
In the prior reval, yes. In the current revalue, it's valued right around 25,000.
When did that sell?
I don't think it's closed yet.
I have a feeling that there's some, well, here's the point. An adjustment was made, and so now that lot goes from 126,000 down to 26,000 when everything else goes up. So something isn't right. And I think we're spending a lot of time in this, and I think it's important to do. But I don't see the big problem with an unusable lot that he paid for. If somebody else, do you think his family's going to sell it to him if they could get more money for that from somebody else? I doubt it. No, nobody's that generous. I could sell it for $217, but I'll sell it to you for $35. No, I don't think so.
Catherine, what would you like to do here?
Mr. Murray, can you put us all back so I can see everybody's face?
Oh, I'm sorry.
If they're ready for a vote? No, not at all. Are we all ready? Does anybody need any information, or is everybody going to vote yes? No, bad. I'm sorry.
So this is Kathleen.
The
Like I said,
motion is,
I need information. Right, sorry.
You need information. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Does anybody else need any other information that I can get, or do you feel prepared to vote? I think that's for the guys. I think Paulette, you're ready to vote.
I'm ready to vote.
Guys, are you ready to vote, guys?
I am.
Meek says yes. John, everybody? Okay. So, Mr. Chair, would you call the vote?
Wait a minute, though. I have a question, though. If Kathleen's not comfortable and she needs more information, let's get more information. What's it going to hurt?
I think we still need to call the vote. There's nothing I can do tonight, and I think the majority of the board is ready to call the vote. I'll ask the chair to call the vote.
If you're calling the question, you can vote on calling the question, right? That is a votable thing. It's not debatable, but you need a second, and then you can vote on calling the question, which needs a 2/3 majority to pass.
No, I'm ready.
Okay. So you're not calling the question. That's a separate.
We have only 240 more of these, at least two.
Okay.
I think we need.
Should have did this one in the morning.
Is more than qualified.
That's why it was on the list for the morning. When we were all fresh.
That's true. Okay, so I would like to call the vote if Peter needs to do that as the chair to grant the appellant's request to a requested value of his purchase price for $35,000 for appeal number 162.
Okay. So all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, 3 opposed, 3, 4. The motion does not carry.
Oh my God. Oh.
I'm done presenting.
Do you want to do 163?
No, I won't
Okay.
do 63. No, I will not do 163.
This is Kathy. Can you tell me can the people who voted for raise their hands?
Catherine, Paulette, and Ronique.
Okay, thank you.
That's a crime.
Yeah, let's keep the extraneous comments, please, to yourself.
It's a statement of fact. It is a crime that we didn't do something with this property. I want it on the record. That's why I said it.
I'll move anybody
Ross,
else
did you have a
to present
question?
their appeals.
Ross, did you have a question?
Yeah, just do you want to go back to 527, the FAR map, just for a minute?
I'll bring that back to the table, which it really wasn't taken off the table, but I withdrew. So what do I have to do to present that back? I'd like to bring back appeal 527 for 3808 Reading Road. For discussion?
Oh.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, John.
Number.
527.
Thank you.
So I do have the farm application. I denied it. I didn't think he, again, similar to the previous one, had really shown that he was completely active. He did not, he did not file a personal property declaration with us. He had no sales. There was no tax return. I didn't see that he even had a tax ID yet. So it appeared, based on what he submitted in September, that it was more of a hobby farm than it was a bona fide business. So that was why I turned it down. My suggestion would be is that if you're inclined to grant this at this time, that let me know that, and then I'll try to calculate the acreage that's being used based on the map that's submitted, and then I can bring that back for your consideration.
He did, but thank you for that, Ross. Yes, he went through the statutes with me, and he does that again in the appeal. There's a bunch of this. He quotes from the statutes about it. He's not going to make a profit for many years.
It's not about profit.
Right. And he was like, so there's no reason he did not want to do the record keeping to keep track of that because he wasn't going to get any tax advantage. There was no IRS stimulation to do this, incentive to do this. So he did not want to track anything as a business yet. He does have a certificate of organization with the Secretary of the State. And he does have a number of receipts for baby trees. And that's all in the appeal. But he said he was not planning to run it as a business and maybe never would, but that was not required by the statutes. But he has bought bees. He signed up for bee bucks. There's just a bunch of receipts in here for the all the different bare root trees. So I don't know what's needed to prove that it's a farm. I don't know. Do I ask you to go out and look to see that he hasn't just bought these to get a?
Yeah, I mean, this is Ross. I'll go back to what I said is I look for my interpretation of the statute and reading the PA 490 handbook and is that the classification is not for hobby farming. It is meant for people that are engaging in a business of farming.
Well, and
so that's how I look at.
I don't want to misspeak and say that he does have it worked out here with entirely consistent with PA 490's understanding of the time necessary to bring agricultural commodities. He expects the volume of the mature production to be 35 to 40,000 pounds of product. I mean, he has that letter there. I don't know how much to read from it or discuss it. And so What would you need for him to consider it a farm, I guess? You'd like at least that guidance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for more. I'm looking for him to act more like a business than a hobby.
Is that required by the statute?
The statutes are simply not that clear. So the PA 490 handbook is on my website. You can certainly go read through that. I actually missed a PA 490 seminar tonight that was going on. I've been to similar ones, so.
And what about
So
the
this is
second
Kathleen.
grade?
So what? For our other farms, do they typically file personal property, declarations, and they incorporate or whatever? They file with an LLC. I mean,
Yeah. He
Yeah.
has that.
he hasn't done that. Okay.
No, he has that. He has his certificate of organization from the state of Connecticut as Reverie Farm. Reverie Farm?
Reverie. Yeah.
But
I'd say he hasn't filed any personal property declarations like our other farms typically do, right?
Right. And I'll add that last year, I believe last year or the year before, we had a similar one come in. They were, I believe, taking care of horses that had been like either injured or they're rehabilitating them, something of that nature. And the board had granted them the farm status.
The board had.
Yep, the board gave that to them. And this was also classified as a farm in the past. So this property does have a history of farming activity.
Is that the horse one or that's this one? This one has had a history.
This one,
Yes.
this
one has
property,
had a
that's the
history
subject.
of being classified.
Yep.
And I think what he said it was previously was a very small vegetable garden by his standards. And then they allowed like a little neighborhood farm stand, like instead of the kids having a lemonade stand. And that maybe constituted the business.
Yeah, this is Russ. I would say the farm classification, my opinion is I probably would not have granted as many farms if I had been the assessor over the years. I think there's a lot of them that currently are existing that I would not have classified.
Why? Why would you not classify them? Is it how, I'm just curious. They were classified before, but you're saying you wouldn't have done it. Is it that they don't really meet the standard, or is there a reason?
Are you talking about this one, or is it my statement about in general, there's a lot that I don't believe would be classified?
And you wouldn't have granted as many, and so why? Is there a standard they have to meet?
Because I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that business, them acting as a business and filing personal property declaration, filing a tax return, and not just being, having a garden or having, a half dozen fruit trees.
And again, is that required?
I'm not saying this is the case with this gentleman. I'm talking in generalities.
Yep, and I'm just asking, because I don't know anything about it. I'm just asking. So now that's what you'd like to see. But is that the standard? Is that the rule? Or is that just something that you want to see to make you comfortable with what they're doing? Because those are two different things.
Right. The statute does not lay out, meet these three criteria and you are a farm. It's
Okay.
not that clear. So, and I'm not being sarcastic, but the best thing to do is to read the statute and look through the handbook, because even after you do that, it's still not going to be very clear.
Okay.
The statutes do say that it's the assessor that has to make the decision, and it gives me the discretion to ask for what I want to make the decision beyond the required application. So, based on my experience, that's what I ask for.
And I'll see that when I read that thing you're talking about, that farm thing.
It's called PA 490.
PA 490. Yep. And
Let me see if I'll send it to everybody.
Yeah, so this
Okay.
is Kathleen, just
Wait,
Ross,
wait.
what's
Okay.
the difference in value when you have like 5 acres that's farmland versus 5 acre, taxable land? Is it like 10% of the value? Like just,
No, it's depending on the classification. The state publishes
That's what he's.
the value of farmland. And it ranges depending on how it's classified, whether it's pasture or tillable A, tillable B. And it ranges anywhere from, a few $100s up to maybe $2,500. It might be a bit more if you're on the river valley, but that's not us. But basically, you're talking probably a max of, say, $2,500 an acre. So it's a substantial reduction.
Right. So this is Kathleen. So people want it, even if they're, so if people were just having a few fruit trees on their property, it'd be a good way to get their extra acreage down to say that they were a farm and to get this farm classification. So that's
right. And it is extremely difficult to remove.
Okay.
If not impossible.
Catherine, what is this gentleman's background? Is he done this previously?
Has he done this previously? I got the impression he was kind of an entrepreneur and did a lot of things. I moved from Texas, and I don't know how much of this is really valid for. And has always wanted to own a farm, and he was up here visiting for some other deal and drove by this farm, and it piqued his interest, and he has moved his family here, and they are settled. He has, again, in his appeal, there are receipts here at a first count. I have receipts for over 100 trees. He spoke with such knowledge, of the statute. This did not sound like a man who was just making a hobby. It sounded like a real interest. Now, whether it's going to be his main business line and his family, I don't think so, but he doesn't seem to just have a little vegetable garden on the side as relaxation. This is something he seemed kind of like a go-getter, and he's got a vision. And that's when he was talking about the hard cider and making it with the hard cider and working with other people and just, one man's hobby is much more than another man's employment, really, to be quite honest. So when I look at this, I felt he was genuinely going to farm. And when I asked him about acreage, he said he thought he needed between 1.5 and 2 acres to plant his orchard. And he would need like 4 more acres to make sure he had enough bees to take care of his pollination.
So I'm just, this is my feeling on it. Is that this guy sounds like he's sophisticated enough to know, how to get this, designated as a farm, and he hasn't done that. So
well, he was told, his perfect was that Mr. Murray had denied him because he was not producing income, that it wasn't business focused enough, which is exactly what Mr. Murray is saying here. And he is saying he didn't want to go through all the record keeping. He did get a certificate of something from the state, incorporation, certificate of organization for the state. And he said it's not like he's ever going to make a profit. So now he's got to, do all that record keeping. And finally, he said he doesn't want to. I guess if he had to, he would, but.
It sounds like it's more of a hobby thing at this point.
I don't know, dedicating 6 acres to develop. And again, I just think that it is, again, such a high standard that you're holding people to. This is not, take a look at the picture on the field card of his out. He's got like a farm vehicle moving a shed into place.
Yeah, I don't think it's a hobby. He's putting a large investment into this property. And a lot of different ideas, like going onto the one single property. This seems like a business, but that's just me.
If it is a business, he would be doing the record keeping. So
he's just saying it right now. what is he going to do? File another tax return for a couple of $1,000 worth of trees? I mean, if you add up his product, it's not like it's costing that much. That was his point, and his point was that the Section 5 of PA 140 explicitly states, quote, "There is no specific income requirement to be considered under PA 490." New quote, "New farmers starting a business may put forth expenses for the first several years without showing any profit. Before actual production takes place, they may install infrastructure, fencing, irrigation, storage to set up."
But that doesn't state that. I mean, sure, it can operate at a loss, but it doesn't state that you should not, file taxes or account for, what's going on there. So, that doesn't, it just doesn't seem to give him that.
Well, I don't want to put
permission.
words in his mouth, but the losses would not be
Substantial.
offset. Like he couldn't
Well-
recognize the losses.
This is Kathleen. He's gonna, if he does it, he's gonna get a big tax deduction on his real estate taxes because his excess acreage is gonna go down to $2,500 an acre or whatever it is, the lower amount. So he is
Right.
saving himself quite a bit of money to cover his expenses. If he,
Right.
if he can get the farm classification, he is getting a break, right? So,
That would be, he'd probably make much more in property taxes than he would to file these and do the record keeping when he can't recognize, he's not looking to, right. I think
he'll save money. He'll save money with the farm classification. Otherwise, why would he, why is he so bent on having the town give it to him if he's not ready to farm yet, right? Because he's going to get a tax break for it. That's probably,
But
I'm
he is
guessing that's
farming.
what he's doing.
He's planted the trees, he's putting up, he
get it.
feels like he should have that classification.
Yeah.
That his land is not, he doesn't need his land to be appraised at $1 million.
It also says he's put forth expenses. He's showing us the expenses. He's showing us everything he bought.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody buys this many trees for a hobby. So I think he's showing us that he's trying to do this business.
And you're right, Peter. I mean, he was sophisticated. I mean, he was going through all the laws. He knew it, and I was like, okay, what am I supposed to do as the hearing officer? This is way beyond my pay scale.
I know. This is Kathleen. I just say, with people we require people who cut hair at a salon and work for themselves to file personal property tax returns every year, or else we're going to charge them on their scissors and things that they have, or people with their home businesses. We tax them their personal property because for their desk and their computer, and they're running very small businesses in their homes, and they have to file personal property, claims every year with the town because they are running a business. So I'm just, we make the other people do it. We make the other people do it too. And if he wants, if he filed his personal property, Ross might let him, might let the classification
But what
go.
would be his personal property?
Oh, all his farm
Yeah.
tools. I don't know. Whatever he's running his business with, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Personal
Planting
property.
trees and he's
Farm.
putting up fencing.
I don't know. Just saying.
He doesn't have
We gotta get on a.
We
piece of
need to
real estate.
decide. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry you guys did not get to.
I know.
Don't.
All right.
That's okay.
Don't worry.
Sure.
Keep your
Ross, go ahead.
conversation.
Yeah, this is Russ. I think you have about 5 more of these farms to talk about. So no, I'm just kidding. The other thing is if you want to grant this, maybe it would help if you asked him to file a personal property declaration, and you could add that this year.
Does he have to? Is that a requirement?
No, I'm just giving a suggestion to help people that are on the fence.
Oh, I get it, but we're asking him to do something. He knows he's familiar with the statute. He's familiar with that PA 490. He doesn't have to do it. So I don't see. I mean, I could see if it was a hobby, and I could see if it was a small thing. But this is he's doing a lot. He's really trying. He's trying to put a farm together. I don't see why we can't say that the land is farmland if it's being used as a farm.
I mean, I just love the idea of an orchard coming back to Fairfield. That's what Fairfield was, all farms up there.
I know, I agree with you. I want to encourage him. That's why I said if he files his deck, he can probably do it over the phone with Paula and give her some numbers and he'll have no, first basically nothing to file. But at least he's filed because we make everybody else do it. And I just feel like, I think we should keep that standard. If he doesn't want to do the paperwork, that's
not mean to
I don't know.
represent that he was slipshod. He was like, he came in
No.
and he said,
No.
you're holding me to a standard of having income and a business. I'm not going to make any income. But he
Again,
incorporated
that's
I
not,
understand.
one saying you can't have a
property,
loss.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Paul?
just, maybe you want to take a day and look at the PA 490 stuff. I sent you the handbook. I sent you some, what the current 2020 values are, and a couple other documents. So you can certainly look through that.
I think that's a good idea, Ross. Thank you.
Yeah. And how many farms do we have in town? How many
Well, I
farms
won't
are-
be presenting any. I'll bring one.
No, but how many do we have?
haven't-
Do we have like 20 or 200 or I'm just curious?
Like 60, I think it is.
60? Okay.
Ross, I have a question. Kathleen brought up the personal property thing. Is that not a different classification? And aren't they required to do that or they get fined?
Well, a personal property declaration is required to be filed by all businesses. And if they don't file, then we have to estimate a value for them, and then there is a penalty of 25% of the assessed value.
Okay, that's what I thought. So they're not the same classification. We're not treating them the same because they are not the same. The standard is not the same.
I don't follow what you mean by classification.
Well, what I'm saying is, the argument was made that, well, we make people that file personal property, we make them show show what we were just talking about. But that's not us making them do it. That's the rule, right? They have to do that or they get fined. We give them a value and then they get fined, right?
Well, yeah, pretty much. Personal property is self-declaring, so they declare the value, and if they don't declare, then we estimate.
Okay. So now with the farm, what I'm trying to get at is we can't hold him to the same standard because it's not the same thing. We can't say, well, we make everybody with personal property do it, so why don't we make him do it? It's not the same. Those aren't the rules for him. You could deny him the farm because you'd like to see something. I get it. But it's not the same rule. And we're not comparing apples to apples, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, does the town send out those fine forms? Meaning you have a business in town, we estimate you didn't file, we estimate you at X, here's your penalty, pay it.
Yeah,
The town
we have 6
does-
of those. We have 6 of those this year that appeal their personal property. Yeah.
But they didn't file. So if we were to classify this as a farm, you would then send him a personal property tax reminder with penalty. Correct?
Not at this point. Because for personal property, we watch trade name filings. I'm blanking on what the other source is. We watch a bunch of sources to find these new businesses. And if he's never filed, he's never, gone to the Secretary of State and registered as a business, we won't pick him up.
No, I said that since the beginning. He has a certificate of organization from the state. That is in the folder. I've said that. I definitely said that.
What page is that on? I want to take a look.
Just below the field cards. I didn't open it in preview. It's not that long a file. I will find that. He has that, I think, dated the end of 2019. Page 2, 3.
Yep, I see it.
Yes. And when he came in, he brought that and he said, I'm all registered, but I'm not producing a profit. And so I was denied and told to come to the Board of Assessment Appeals. He's not
I guess-
lazy about the the paperwork. He's just not, I mean, maybe he is going to file a Schedule 8. I don't know, but
So,
he
I mean,
has no income.
and I agree with that, but
Again, it's not, you know, I don't require income,
Okay.
but
But now we're learning-
I look for revenue, but
He
it's
won't
not,
have
definitely not
revenue
the
for
only
scrap
item I look for or a deal breaker.
Yeah, he won't be selling for a few years. These are baby trees.
yeah, it's going to take a few years for them to produce enough to
Yeah.
be able to.
And maybe at that time, in a couple of years, when he needs to process the apples, he'll file a property tax return because then he'll probably have some press or something there. But right now, I would imagine he doesn't really have any personal property.
Right. So this is Kathleen. Can we take no action tonight and let us close with a couple real estate or something?
Somebody else certainly needs to present.
Ronique or Peter, do you have any on university ones you want to do?
I could do whatever. So whatever you want, Peter.
Why don't I do a couple and then you can finish up whatever time we have left. All right.
We only have 20 left anyway, so if you have a couple easy ones, go ahead.
All right. This is appeal number 622. The property address is 896 Mill Plain Road. The owners are Caesar and Vesselina Doulis, and the appellant was Vesselina Doulis. The town's valued their property at $516,400, and they're requesting a value of $460,000. I make a motion to grant that value of $460,000. Do I have a second?
I'll second. This is John.
Thank you, John. All right. So this is all right. All right. So this is a property that is hold on right here. Okay, so it's a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. It's got 1,690 square feet on about just a little over a 1/4 acre. They do have central air. They do have a 1-car garage. And it's a 1941 home. They do have a 10% off for traffic highway, and then it's got about 36% depreciation. They provided some comps that they wanted us to look at that were sold in the base period. All right. They did purchase this back in 2006 at $480,000. All right, and so the first comp was 955 Mill Plain. I just actually want to just say, just go back to the subject property. They did do a in-ground pool for $75,000. That was in 17, and they did do a strip and re-roof in 2018 on the property. So the first comp was 955 Mill Plain, and that was sold 7/16/20 for $470,000. It's roughly the same, acreage and slightly larger square footage. That one. The subject. They do also have a pool, and the appellants brought that up. That this pool, but this pool is about half the size. Well, actually not half the size. The subject's property, the subject's pools, they say 608 square feet. This pool is 405 square feet. Also, but it was installed in 2008, 29 of 2000. All right. They also have the 10% condition code and about 37% depreciation. The next home they wanted as a comp was 275 Mill Plain. That one was sold on 7/21/20 for $445,000. I don't, someone can explain this to me. It does say that it's an unqualified sale, and there were actually two on the field card. There are two dates, both listed as 7/21 and 7/21/20, and one says qualified, the other one says unqualified. So, and someone want to educate me on that? Not really sure what that means. Anyone? No? All right.
Look it up.
Look it up. Sorry, what was the address?
It's 275 Mill Plain.
Yeah, this is Ross. Peter, the first sale is $0.
Right.
So
I don't know if that's right. I have four.
I don't know if that was.
4,000.
I mean, the names aren't the same. We have that listed as a love and affection sale, so it could be that it was family, and then they pretty much immediately turned around and sold it.
All right. I just wanted to point that out. That property on Mill Plain, at 275 Mill Plain, that has actually a 20% condition factor, and then about 52% depreciation on that. There was a strip and re-roof in 2018, siding in 2018. There is no AC. It is actually a larger lot and larger square footage.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. That does abut the turnpike. It's the last lot before you go under 95 entrance ramp there on Mill Plain. So it's way down close to the highway. It's not the Riverfield end of Mill Plain Road. It's down across from the Carrollton, I think. Just as a comp, just keep that in mind, that's probably why it's got the traffic factor, because it's literally the closest house to the 95.
Okay. Thank you. And then the final comp they provided was 886 Mill Plain. And that was sold 3/6/2020 for $442,500. That's similar again in lot size and square footage. Slightly smaller square footage. Same condition factor, and then about 32% depreciation. That one has three. Okay. Anyone? Any questions?
Yeah, this is Ronique. On that exact comparable, I was comparing the two myself. The appellant is more superior in the actual building, but the value of the land is more prominent for these two houses, and it's the next door neighbor, right?
Right.
But
say that too. Right.
And so, I mean, I do believe the appellant's home is more superior than that one, but I mean, that one sold for $442,500, and she's at 516 asking for $460,000. I can kind of see it, but I'm still looking at the other ones just to make sure, because 275 Mill Plain looks like a good one to compare to too.
I don't know about the Mill Plain, that one, Ronique, because it's further away,
land.
but it's right next to I-95 there.
Oh yeah, and the land is so much different. Yeah, okay.
And you have a lot going on there that's different.
Yeah.
I like the fact that the next door, is a comp of 886 to this
Look
one.
at the photos of so different. I mean, well, they're not entirely different. I think it's more curb appeal. I mean, the appellant's home has a gorgeous backyard, finished everything, including basement. I mean,
Right. And much newer pool. Right.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that doesn't have a. It was that first 955 Mill Lane. So, does anyone need further information?
Is it one 950?
I mean, the 955 must be right up in that same location, right?
Yeah, it's
955
across the
is,
street.
yeah,
It
it's
is
a-
across the street. Yeah, it's a
And
1914 house. It's older. It sold for what? 470.
470, yeah.
Square footage 1740. I don't know if it's updated or not on the inside. The 955 it has, it looks more similar.
it's a little dated, smaller room, just an older home, right? So,
It is 1940 home, or now 1916.
Which one?
It's a 1916 home, the 955 Mill Plain, I think. It's an older
No,
home.
1914.
Oh, yeah.
1914. Yeah.
I thought you were looking at a different property. I was like, wait.
wait, this is the 955?
Right, 955.
Because the card, well, at least it looks like it's, at least on the outside, looks like it's been updated recently.
It's updated on the inside quite nicely.
Yeah. The photos are showing nicely updated inside. Cute backyard. I don't know if it has a garage.
Let's see.
No,
really
it
cute
doesn't look
backyard.
like it.
No garage.
And you said that one went, yeah, that one went for 470. And what are they asking, Peter?
They're asking for 460. They bought it for 480 back in 2006.
I think the appellant's home is better than all three of these. I mean, what are you thinking, Paulette? Because I think the appellant's home is superior than all of them, and I'm actually leaning towards closer to the value that we have appraised versus what she's requesting. 460, I just think is too low. Especially compared to 955. Ross has his hand up.
Yeah, I Googled 896 Mill Plain, and there appears to be pictures on Zillow of the interior.
Yeah, that's what I keep looking at. It's a beautiful home.
Did they list it for sale and then not sell it? Maybe.
And they appear to have a full finished basement.
Yeah, exactly. And it was sold in 2006 for 480, but that was all the way back in 2006, right? So, I mean, they rented it in 2013.
That's why it's on. Okay.
Yeah, I just think the appellant's home is so much more superior than the other ones.
Anyone need further information? No? Okay. So let me call this. This is appeal number 622. All those in favor of granting the requested value of 460,000, raise your hand. Okay. I see 1, 2. All right, all those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, I see Peter, John, Kathleen, and Ronique opposed. The motion does not carry. Kathy, will you call the vote for us, please?
Okay, for Appeal 622, to reduce the appraised value to $460,000, the vote failed with 2 for it and 4 against it. Peter, John, Kathleen, and Ronique voted against. The motion is denied.
All right. Do we want to start another appeal? He says yes.
I say go for it, Peter. Polish off the night. Get yourself in at least 2, because I think you're the one who has the most left to go of anybody still.
Oh.
I know you've been cranking, but
Okay.
you're behind.
All right. Actually, no, let me not do this one because I put in a request with the assessor. So this is appeal. This is appeal number 91. The property address is 121 Henderson Road. The owner is Margaret Straining, and she was the appellant. And the town has valued her property at $529,900, and she's requesting a value of $482,000. Make a motion to approve the requested value at $482,000. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconds. All right, thank you. Okay, so this is a this was bought. This property was bought in October of 2006 for $588,000. It's a 1992 Colonial. It does have a 10% condition on it. It's about 73 or about 27% depreciation value on it. Does have 7 rooms, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, AC. It's got 0.172 acres of land and 1,722 square feet. So the appellant, she provided some comps, and basically she came to her value by taking the average of the field cards. She wasn't really sure what numbers to use to come to that, but she compared the bedrooms, the baths, and AC, etc. So I'll just go through her comps. All right, these were all on Henderson, so she went right to Owen Road. But many number of them are not recent sales. All right, so 221 Henderson, that's a 1937 Colonial. That was sold back in 2002 for $390,000. It's about the same. Actually, it is about the same acreage and just slightly larger, same kind of condition, and a 47% depreciation. She has another sale on 111 Henderson, which was from 2003, sold for $407,000. Again, about the same acreage. This must be a planned lot or development over here, because they're all about the same acreage, right? And 1,841 square feet. Again, with the same condition, and that has a garage and partial AC. The next one, 81 Henderson, is a Colonial, 1930s, 7 rooms, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. It has a garage, no AC, same acreage, same square footage practically. That was sold for, that was a 1996 sale for $195,000. All right, they did strip and re-roof it in 19. This is actually a current sale. The next two are actually current sales, but they're both listed as unqualified. So 91 Henderson is a 1924 Colonial that was sold on 9/22/20 for it says $0. And then I'm just trying to think if this was the one that was actually, if I saw later on that it was sold on 5/22/20, also an unqualified sale for $315. I don't know if that's correct. But
It looks
anyway,
like there's been a bunch of unqualified
Unqualified
sales for
sales, you're right.
those.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
DH Holdings of Connecticut LLC, is that Horton? Do we know? I mean, I guess what I'm wondering is this going to be a tear down and a rebuild? But from
I'm
the
gonna
picture,
doubt that where it is.
what's that?
I'm gonna doubt that considering where it is. It backs up to the highway.
Okay.
So very few
And
people
actually,
would build.
the picture looks like they've already done some work on it or something. It looks like
Yeah.
they have new windows and everything.
Yeah.
Mrs. Kathleen, is she at 529? That's where she's at? Did I write that down right? Because
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
her-
there's a sale at
529.
there's a sale at 199 Henderson. It's a Colonial, again, because the odd number one's backed up to the throughway. So, there is whatever, you're better off looking at the odd number ones for comps. And that's sold for 405. It's 0.34 acres, 1338 square feet. So a little bit less than hers. I don't know the condition of the house, bigger lot, which is probably helpful with the highway maybe, but smaller house. And that sold for 405 in July of 2020.
right. That was also all those comps are on the 95 side, but that was also an unqualified sale.
Right.
What?
And it does say that there had it has a date of 7/29/20, the same date as the sale, but that they have an 18 by 45 deck that they've put in.
Right. Or they didn't have a permit for it or something, so they got the permit, but.
This
So
is
Polly,
Ross.
can you look at that 199? Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
The 199 Henderson, was that on the market for a bit? Or I just think that's a really good comp. It looks like her house, it's next door.
No, what on the
Yeah,
market?
this is Ross. We unqualified it because they put a deck on afterwards, so it was changed after the sale. So it's not for any other reason than the deck that they put on.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was listed for 454 November of 19, and then had price reductions every couple of months until it got to 434 in April. And then, priced again. And then it sold in July.
And that's appraised at 513 and they bought it for 405. So I think the subject property she's a bigger house, but I think she probably has a case. Was she asking to go to 482 when that neighbor sold for 405?
Right.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
I mean, 199 has 0.34 acres of land, and hers is 0.117.
Right. It's a bigger
majority
house, but the land probably has more with the highway there. I don't know which one is.
Oh, right.
Yeah, she's
They
one.
both are discounted at 10% for the highway.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, 199 is almost a double lot. It's one of the few wide ones on Henderson. If you have the GIS up, it's about a third of the way from left to right. Not the big one on the river at the end, but the bigger lot. So I would say if that sold for 405 and was on the market for a while with reasonable prices, that she's more than reasonable in what she's asking for. I don't know if it's enough. That's why I feel bad about that.
And then just on 91 Henderson, it looks like that they got a CO for a kitchen renovation and baths that was like 60,000. First floor remodel kitchen. there. And that one was appraised at 472.80, but that was the unqualified sale, like a
Mhm.
lot of unqualified sales.
Yeah.
They tried selling it in October 2019 for 459, and they ended up selling it for 405. So that's a pretty compelling argument.
Like I said, I just don't know if she's low enough. Does she? She's owned it since 2006. She paid $588 for it. She got a reduction from the BAA in 2010. She got a change again from the BAA in 2016.
Two for two.
Yeah, and now because she's in with the university neighborhood, you know, her land values are gonna kick her up somewhat. So
Well, yeah, the neighborhood adjustment is 1.7,
right.
right?
But I guess do all those ones who back to Henderson, most of them have a 0.9 for the highway.
Yes, they
They
do.
do, pretty consistent. I mean, I would, you know, I definitely think that's fine. I don't. And she asked for 482.
Asked for 482, yeah. So,
Yeah, I'm good to vote.
I think, wait, yeah. So, all those in favor of granting the requested value of 482,000, please raise your hand. Okay, Paulette, okay.
There we go.
All right, so that's 6 in favor, none opposed. The motion carries. All right.
Peter, do you have one more on Henderson you want to knock off, or you want to wait?
Actually, I do, but I actually have it's. I mean, if we want to take a quick look at it, I mean, I actually sent in a request to the assessor to, you know, it's a question about the whether the land, the square footage of the land is actually correct. It's Appeal 591. It's 271 Henderson Road. So at least put it out there.
So maybe this is Kathleen. That might be the one that's at the very end of the street.
It is exactly.
It is. Okay.
It's on the water.
Right. And the town has it at 717.
Just get this up.
Yeah, 717,300.
2,000 square feet.
So, all right. Well, I guess I should read it into the record.
I mean, do you want to do it, or you want to wait?
I just want to make sure. I mean, really, the main issue on this is whether the land calculation is correct. So, you know, if we want to take a look at it right now, but otherwise, I think I'd like just to wait for official response from the assessor's office.
Okay.
All right. So, yes,
Can I
John.
make a motion that we adjourn? Is that what's next? I'm
So
good
this is
at that
Kathleen.
one.
Who do we have tomorrow night? And starting at 4 or 6, or what do we have?
I'm at 6.
John's at 6. Catherine's still there.
What?
Paulette.
I'm still
I
here.
can, yeah, I can start. I can start at 4.
I don't think I'm going to be on. If I am able to, I will join.
Okay. So I think Judy said she was available. So I think that gets us a quorum. Oh, and Alexis said she was available. So.
For what time, Kathleen?
Well, I'm thinking, I don't know that we can get everybody at 4. I noticed it for 4 because I had to these are all special meetings, so we got to give notice 24 hours in advance. So I guess that brings me to my question of Monday. I'm going to have to post tomorrow if we want to meet Monday night, because 24 hours and they're closed on Friday. So, I mean, how does everybody feel about you know, do you want me to just book them all for 4 nights a week in April? I know Alexa said she was Monday, Tuesday. John said Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I mean, I can schedule them all and then we just cancel them, or, you know, I hate to be winging it every meeting for the next meeting, but I don't know.
I'm fine with powering through to see if we can finish the rest of them sooner than later so we don't dip into May.
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
so should I go ahead and post them all at night, just 4 nights a week, and just get it posted, and then just have to remember to cancel them, that's all. Does that work for most of you?
Yeah.
Anybody
Yeah.
going away for the break week? Are we losing a lot of people because of spring break? No.
okay. All right. Any other business? No? All right. So John has a motion on the floor to adjourn the meeting. Anybody second that? All right. Catherine, thank you, Catherine.
Oh.
All right, Catherine seconds. All right. Everyone, good night.
Okay, thank you,
Right.
Peter.
Peter,
All right, thank you.
Great.
Good night.
9:10.